Hello, welcome to the stream. If you are watching the VOD, my name is Nathan Hatch. I talk about health issues. I am not a medical professional. I just have a lot of knowledge and experience. I give people about 10 minutes, well no, probably about 6 or 7 to 8 minutes to come trickling in, and then we get started talking. So you can, if you're watching the VOD, you can fast forward if you like. Welcome everybody. You can also, if you're not following me, you can subscribe for updates when I do go live here. And you can also follow me on Twitter at Nathan Guy Hatch. And Instagram is NAYTEHATCH. Nate Hatch. Not for updates, but for fun shit. My website's also either natehatch.com or fuckportioncontrol.com. They lead to the same place where I have my books and other things. But we're going to be talking about thyroid disease today. So if you want to know more about thyroid disease, stay listening. And also after I talk about thyroid disease, I will be answering questions. Hey, Melinda. Yeah, it's pretty late your time, huh? Hey, Mike. Welcome, guys. Nice to see you here. Melinda, you probably should be sleeping, but I'm glad you're here. I'm well, thanks. It's a Friday. Fridays are always happy. I don't know. I also like. I don't really have like Monday blues like anymore for a long time. You know, since like doing a lot of the psychological work that I've done that I talk about in my books, kind of help get rid of that. But also now, you know, for work, I mostly help people, and so that has gotten rid of a lot of like, you know. So I don't know. But Fridays do feel like a weekend still. So yeah, it's like, you know, it's a good Friday. Excuse me. Melinda, you would already be into Saturday. all right. You can make up for it after we're done. It is nice to have you here. We're gonna give people a few more minutes to trickle in, so we'll get started. We'll get started shortly. That's a good question, Mike. I'll go ahead and answer it now, since we're waiting. Not from thyroid or thiamine, no. Even if your intestinal muscles are highly sensitive to contraction impulses, it's not. They don't do it excessively because of that stuff. No. Usually when you have really fast, excessively fast gut transit, it's because of allergenic or pathogenic bacteria, or not allergenic bacteria, but allergens or pathogenic bacteria in your gut that your body is trying to get rid of, because that's how our body manages the gut microbiome and keeps it in the you know, paracelsus is important for moving through digesta, also called chyme, through your body. But one of the major purposes of it is actually for moving bacteria out of the small intestine. It literally does it through manual translocation by the paracelsus, not through very many other means. There is like immune functions and stuff like that, but to maintain the bacteria to the large intestine, that's primarily the purpose for paracelsus. So, and yeah, Mike, the body does slow down digestion to promote an increase in nutrient absorption. That largely happens when the body is in a torporific state, such as like wintertime. And that's why a lot of people with metabolic disease have lower gut, have extremely reduced gut transit times, like having constipation and stuff like that, is because largely a lot of that has to do with those pathways that slow down digestion in order to promote and increase uptake in nutrients. So yes. But usually also when that happens, it promotes metabolic disease, because you get bacterial overgrowth like into the small intestine, and so then and then they end up consuming a lot of other nutrients like B12 actually. So it's actually better to have faster, not faster, but just like a normal, like fast gut transit time, rather than too slow or too fast. So. Yeah, I'll talk about that too, Melind. Basically, Melind, there's a very long technical answer to that, but basically, this is where consuming more plant foods in ratio to animal protein is important, because while animal protein does have B vitamins in it, plant foods will have more of those nutrients. And yes, we need adequate B vitamins for proper function of the transsulfuration pathway. You know, a lot of you will be familiar with the like the MH well, what is that? The MHT, is it MHT, MHFTR, or MHRTF? I have a little bit of dyslexia. I can't remember acronyms all that well. Overmethylation and undermethylation pathways, like that whole camp. That's just B vitamin ratios to the transsulfuration pathway, because that's the pathway that regulates a lot of that stuff, and also like gut, short chain fatty acid production in the gut. And one of the most important for those, Melinda, is biotin. Not for the transsulfuration pathway, but for protein metabolism in general, is biotin, because we need biotin to break down the branched chain amino acids. And like I talk about in my book, Streptomyces bacteria are a big cause of metabolic disease, and they colonize the gut when you become metabolically ill. And they produce antibiotics like streptavidin that binds to and blocks biotin, and so you have to address that, like I talk about in my book, in order to fix those problems. So, all right, well, there's not a lot of people here, but we've been going for 8 minutes, so I guess I'll go ahead and get started. And this can be a mostly for VOD viewing stream. But anyway, welcome everybody. So I mentioned on Twitter I was going to talk about lower back pain, but I forgot that I did actually cover lower back pain quite a bit in my what was it? It was another stream on gut health. Yeah, I think it was gut health, because lower back pain is really caused by gut health. But I'm gonna do a future stream on like chronic pain, and I will cover again low back pain and stuff like that. And I realize I haven't done a stream on thyroid, and thyroid is like a huge, focus of a lot of people's search for metabolic wellness. And it also oftentimes seems very also nebulous and vague about what to do about thyroid disease and how thyroid disease works. And a lot of you who are familiar with my book will know that I had thyroid cancer and severe thyroid disease, and my hair was falling out, and I couldn't sleep ever, and I had horrible chronic fatigue and sleep apnea, and I just a whole shitload of stuff, and it was so horrible. It was so awful. I was just, I mean, I was literally dying. I wouldn't have lived if I hadn't figured this stuff out. I would have died. I would have died within 6 months to a year at that time. I was not doing well. And I was also, you guys also know I was an alcoholic and I was drinking a lot too. And my whole life fell apart. And but I finally stumbled on Ray Peat's work and started getting my health under control. But even while I was okay, so while I basically just like hoovered up all of Ray's work as much as I could and made huge changes to my diet and dietary strategies. But I also still like Ray's work was really good at pointing out problems, but it wasn't so great at pointing out as at offering real concrete solutions. He'd have like a whole article about something that's wrong in the medical industry, and then only in the last paragraph he'll say like thyroid meds and progesterone are really good and you can use those, and then that was it. And that's not enough information to fix a lot of these problems, and that's where a lot of my work comes in, is supplementing solutions to a lot of these problems that he pointed out. And because I had to figure them out on my own, including science that he was not aware of. And when I was first trying to get well, I realized early on that I needed to keep my blood sugar elevated at all times. I talk about this in the stream on depression and in my chapter in my book on depression and thyroid disease and stuff like that. And how, those kinds of nutrients keep your metabolic rate up. And one of the problems that occurs when discussing thyroid disease and investigating solutions to thyroid disease for yourself or for people that you're trying to help is that way too much emphasis is placed on the actual hormones. And a lot of the approach toward thyroid disease is very similar to a lot of biohacking or medical treatment, where you're focusing on taking thyroid medications or other substances, like methylene blue, which you should not use. A lot of people think that it's fantastic, but let's say, take for instance young people, young adults, older teenagers who are running around perfectly healthy. None of them are healthy because they're taking methylene blue. That's not a thing. It's not part of our diet. They have fully functioning thyroids and they don't need to take stuff like that. And that's, the ideal state to try to achieve, is to restore normal thyroid function without having to use medications. Medications can sometimes be helpful, but they are never, ever the solution because they are not part of the biology that our thyroid is dependent upon. That mostly comes from nutritional substrate and absence of pathogenic infections. And a lot of us have chronic pathogenic infections even without knowing it, actually. And we'll be getting into that and discussing how that affects the thyroid. But at the time, I didn't know about a lot of that. And I was trying to, and Ray gave this really great tool. He taught how to measure the metabolic rate by measuring the pulse and temperature. And there's a chapter in my book called Self-Therapy, how to perform self-therapy, that goes into detail about how to do that, using the pulse and temperature as a diagnostic tool in order to ascertain your metabolic state. And what I learned from my personal experience in fixing my thyroid function. Oh, and for instance, okay, so some people listening might not even know what the thyroid does. So the thyroid is a butterfly-shaped gland that sits across your esophagus right above the suprasternal notch in your neck. And that sounds like a big word, but you know what the suprasternal notch is. It's that little divot that's right at the very bottom of your neck between your two oh God, what are those bones called? the right above your sternum and are they clavicles? No. What are those bones called? Well, whatever. There's a little divot right at the bottom of your neck. That's a suprasternal notch. Right above that, yeah, clavicle. Okay, so I was right. Hi, Juicin. I was getting them mixed up with scapula. My brain was thinking that it was something like scapula, but that's your shoulder blade. It is clavicle. Okay, so between your clavicles and right above your sternum, there's a suprasternal notch. And right above that is where your thyroid is. And you can't feel it because it's thin and it lays across your esophagus. And the thyroid has several very important functions. Primarily, it works to regulate your body temperature and metabolic rate. through the function of thyroid hormones. And there's 4 different thyroid hormones. Nobody really knows what thyroid hormone 1 and 2 do, and I've not actually done much research into them, but 3 and 4 are the most important, and 4 is the precursor. It's like pre-thyroid hormone for the active form, which is T3. It's weird how they put those in that order. And there's also reverse T3. And then the thyroid itself is stimulated by something called thyroid stimulating hormone, which does just that, by the hypothalamus of the brain. And so the thyroid regulates metabolic rate, and it also actually functions in maintaining calcium homeostasis in the body. When there's too much calcium circulating in the blood, the thyroid secretes, I think it's calcitonin. I could be wrong about that as well. Can't remember off the top of my head. That downregulates calcium release. And then when calcium is too low, the parathyroid glands, which are attached to the thyroid gland, secrete parathyroid hormone and increase vitamin D function in order to release more calcium, to raise calcium. So the thyroid and parathyroid are basically actually one gland, or there's several glands combined into one gland. That and one of their major functions is calcium regulation. And a lot of people don't understand that too when they are talking about thyroid disease. It's very often discussed only in terms of the hormones, because you can take the hormones as a medication, and the thyroid's function in terms of managing calcium and function in the body is usually not widely known in the general lexicon. So so the thyroid has very, very, very important functions. And so a lot of the ideas behind thyroid disease are that when you have metabolic disease, that raising your thyroid function can help a great deal. And in fact, that was a major cornerstone of Ray Peat's work. And so when I was like trying to raise my, when I had cancer and I had all these health problems, I got sober. And so one of the goals in trying to get well is literally to raise your body temperature. Because like, and you know this, when you go into a doctor's office to get checked up, what are one of the first things that they do during your checkup? It's to measure your pulse and temperature, because that is literally the marker of metabolic health in the human body. And when you're ill, if you get a fever, your temperature goes up. That helps to promote your immune system and to destroy pathogens. But when you're metabolically ill, your temperature goes the other direction. It drops a lot. And so does your pulse rate. And so measuring the pulse and temperature, like I talked about in my book, the how to do it, I mean, because you also have to do it several times a day, and you have to know the information because it reflects your endocrine system. And the thyroid is part of the endocrine system because it helps to regulate hormones and steroids and all of the, basically just the whole metabolic cascade that keeps us alive. And so by raising the thyroid function, you can influence your health a lot. And at first, too, I also used thyroid medication. I found that using T4 was not as effective as T3, and so much that I don't usually even bother recommending that people take T4. Number one, because when you take T4 as a medication, it will downregulate your thyroid function. And there's a lot of pathways in our body that do that. If you supplement testosterone, your own production of testosterone will drop because there are rate limiting feedback mechanisms that prevent excess of certain things in our body. If you have excess thyroid function, you get hyperthyroid and your metabolic rate runs too hot, and that can increase stress hormones. And a lot of people actually experience that by taking excess thyroid hormone, especially when it's not necessary to do. And it can actually drive up your stress hormones, which can make you feel worse. And then also taking T4 is more likely to downregulate. So T3 has a very short half-life, and especially because it's the active form of thyroid. Taking T3 does not downregulate your own T3 as dramatically because it has a shorter half-life, but T4 has a much longer half-life, so it more greatly lowers your own production of T4. And I very often find that when people are taking T4, their body produces so little normal T4 that it actually makes them worse. There are cases where you will need to take T4, especially if you've had your thyroid removed because of cancer, which I also highly recommend trying not to do. Because like I mentioned earlier, the thyroid is majorly involved in calcium homeostasis, and people who get their thyroids removed because of cancer of the thyroid don't end up living as long because they have extreme problems managing their thyroid function and calcium function. I had a friend who had thyroid cancer when he was a little kid, and he had it, and he had his thyroid removed. And then as an adult, he died at the age of 34 from liver cancer. And I am certain that that was in part due to the fact that he had no thyroid and had to take medication. And by the way, too, if you don't have a thyroid and parathyroid anymore, you can take calcium citrate is a good supplement to help to not in excess, but to take calcium citrate is one of the best calcium supplements to take, and that can help a bit. Anyway, so if you don't have a thyroid or parathyroid, that's a totally different issue, and you should take thyroid medication. But if you do still have, if you have a thyroid and parathyroid, and even if they're not working great, it's ideal to get them to work normally, and not be on medication. And you should always also use medication in the lowest effective dose, and especially with thyroid, meaning very oftentimes doctors and pharmacists are very willing to prescribe very high doses of stuff because that's kind of what they use in experiments and kind of gets established. And the idea behind that is to aggressively treat diseases by introducing large amounts of whatever is needed so that it supposedly resolves very quickly. But when you do that with thyroid, because thyroid is actually a regulatory hormone in the body, it causes hyperthyroidism, and that can cause a lot of problems as well. And so with thyroid especially, you want to use the lowest effective dose possible, and that's usually around 4 to 8 micrograms. I think that's right. Don't quote me on that. But I think that's the right dosages. I would usually just, when I was using thyroid and only it was T3, I would just bite off a little crumb of the, I think it was 25, or something like that was per pill. So I would just bite off a little bit of it. And that worked a lot. That worked actually really well to bring my temperatures up pretty great. But then, and I talk about this a lot in my book, I later found out that progesterone is more effective at promoting thyroid function, and I preferred using that in diet anyway. And my whole book is basically about restoring normal thyroid function through diet and environmental strategies, and not having to use medication. And I haven't had to use medication now for 7 years, so it's really great. And my temperatures never fall below sorry. So the entire point of telling you this 20 minutes ago was that when I was really, really sick, my body temperatures were extremely low. I would wake up with the temperature of 95.1 Fahrenheit, around that, and then I could never get it out of the 96. I could barely sometimes get into 97, and that's an extremely low metabolic rate. If your body temperature drops below 94 degrees, you have a high risk of going into a coma and dying. And I talk about this in my book. A lot of people think of 94 degree weather outside is sweltering, is just so oppressive, right? But if the inside of your body drops below that, you actually will die, because our body, as a human, as our species, our metabolic temperature needs to be closer to 100 degrees. And then of course everybody says the body temperature is 98.6, but that's not true. That's the average. That's not the peak. The peak is the most important temperature because that's where our body performs best. We lose heat constantly to the environment, and one of the entire points of having a metabolism is to create heat because our cells require hot temperature in order to function properly. And that's also why when you get a fever, your temperature rises above 100 degrees, is because that is the ideal temperature, is 100 degrees, not 98.6 even. So people will be like, oh, I'm doing really well, my body temperature is reaching 98.6. No, that's That's just the middle. You haven't reached the top yet. You've got to go past 99 degrees every day. Um, and anywhere between 99 and 100 is like a really great body temperature to peak at. Just like this microphone is peaking, probably. Sorry about that. I'm not very technically good at this stuff at streaming, and yeah. So your peak temperature should reach above 99, and I was only at 96 and 90, barely 97. And so a great deal of my early work in trying to fix my health and get better was just to get my temperature up. So I found all these different strategies to do that I talk about in my book. A lot of it has to do with sugar and fruit and sun exposure and lots of stuff like that. And so and there's other medications you can use that help, like aspirin and things like that. And so a lot of my work was going into trying to get my temperatures up. And a major regulator of temperature function is the thyroid itself. And it's very, very, very difficult to get your temperature up without restoring your thyroid function. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people take thyroid medication, because it circumvents the dysfunction of the thyroid and then helps to regulate your metabolic rate. But because you can only take thyroid medication while you're awake, and thyroid medication has a very short half-life, and it downregulates thyroid function, there's a period during the nighttime when your body is not making enough thyroid. And that's always a liability for people that have their thyroids removed as a cancer treatment, because it doesn't matter how much medication you take, you can't make thyroid hormone. I mean, you can't take thyroid hormone while you're sleeping. So you are at least deficient in thyroid hormone for, like 6 to 10 hours of the day, which is actually a substantial amount of time to be without it. And one of the reasons why people without thyroids have a difficult time managing their health. I think maybe kind of ideally, if you have had your thyroid removed, I wonder if it would be possible to get a thyroid donor and get a new thyroid from a donor body, like they do for other organs, because not having a thyroid is such a problem for our metabolic health. And the thyroid can also regenerate. And so I had thyroid cancer, and I had 5 or 6 thyroid nodes, 2 of which were cancerous size, 1 of which was on the isthmus, which is the connective point between the 2 lobes of the thyroid. And anytime that you have a large tumor on the isthmus, it's 100% cancer. Like, it just isn't a thing that it's not. The isthmus is so tiny. My largest tumor was also on the isthmus, and that's one of the reasons why my thyroid wasn't working properly. Well, actually, no, that's not really true. So, one of the reasons I had cancer was because my thyroid was not working properly. And because that's how cancer works. Cancer comes in when your tissues at fatigue and become metabolically ill and are no longer able to respirate properly. And I go deep into. Did I do a stream on cancer? I can't remember now. I've done 15 streams now on these this format, and I can't remember all of them. Yeah, I did a cancer stream. So yeah, I did. Now I remember it. And then there's also information on my website about cancer, and my book there's a chapters on cancer. But the whole book, my entire book, and a lot of some people misunderstand, and I know because my book is very long, and I'm not a great writer. But the entire book is the cure for cancer, and the entire book is the cure for thyroid disease, and the entire book is the cure for hair loss. Each of the chapters just talk about the major problems, but they also stack. So for instance, if you don't read about the chapter on gut health, nothing in the cancer chapter will benefit you, because all of our health is based first and foremost on, hey, Elizabeth, a lot of our health is based on the gut. So if you don't address the gut, then you can't get better from cancer or thyroid disease. So this stream too is just a highlight of the thyroid functions, but there's a lot of other factors I won't be covering here, because the body is a holistic organism. You have to treat all of it. You can't just treat specific cherry picking issues. So Anyway, so that's how like the book is set up. But anyway, I had cancer, but I got the cancer because my thyroid was not functioning properly, and that, but then that made it very difficult to get my body temperature up and working normally. And so I was going through this process for about like a year trying to get my thyroid up, and I got my temperatures up into like probably like the mid 80s, 19, sorry, mid 98s, mid and and my health started to improve in direct correlation with my temperature as well. I started having more energy. I started feeling better, and it was really great. But I knew it was still too low. I knew that 98.6 was just the average, and that I needed to get my body temperature higher than that. But I was having a really hard time doing that. I really had to just every single day had to like eat perfectly right, avoid stress. And I can't remember if I was using, yes, I was, so and I was using my thyroid medication, and that made it better. Like when I took, as soon as I took progesterone and then thyroid, that made my temperatures go up immediately, like really literally was just in a week. It was actually not too difficult to do with those things. Well, Elizabeth, so there's 5 times a day that you have to take your temperature, and I lay these out in the book, but I'm not going to tell you here because you also have to know how and why you should be doing it. So I'll refer you for that to the chapter on self-therapy because there's a lot more information on that. But it's basically like when you wake up and before you eat and then go to bed. No, not always 99 degrees. So you every morning when you wake up, you will be colder because you have been asleep and you've not been eating for like 6 to 8 to 10 hours. And your metabolic rate drops during the night as you sleep because of the absence of food and sunlight and stuff like that. So and also because the body goes into a little bit of a state of torpor during sleep in order to preserve nutrients. And so you'll always start out with a lower temperature in the morning. And I do talk about morning temperatures, but they don't really matter. They're not as important. It's alarming when they are low, and it can illustrate to you the jeopardy that you're really in if you like measure your body temperature and it is quite low. Also, a really important point though, do not use, these are all temperatures that are formulated for traditional oral thermometer readings, not forehead readings and those magic little wand things that scan your skin. Those are fucking bullshit. They don't work. Do not use underarm temperature. Don't use any other measuring device. They're dumb. They're not good. The reason the oral temperature works best, and it also needs to be taken apart from eating and drinking food because that will cool down your mouth, is because the heat is coming right from your heart up your carotid arteries, goes right up to your brain. So it warms the back of your tongue and your throat. And so that's a very adequate place to take your temperature. People think, underarm will be hot, and so I can take underarm temperature because it's right next to the core. But no, the skin is always a few degrees colder than the core, even under the armpit. That is not, the skin keeps heat in the body. That's its function. That is not a good place to take the temperature. Those forehead scanning ones too are also fucking bullshit. Your brain stays really warm, but it's also a little bit farther away from your core. When you put an oral thermometer under your tongue in the back of your throat, that is as close as you can really get to measuring the core temperature directly because that blood is coming right out of your heart from the carotid artery. So that is the ideal place to take the temperature, and that's what all of these numbers are also oriented toward. So when I say that, it's not applicable to those other, when I say these things, it's not, because one time somebody was like, oh, my temperature is like 93. And I'm like, well, you'd probably be in a hospital if your internal temperature was 93. Like, where are you taking your temperature? And I think they were doing it under their arm or something like that. So I guess I preemptively answered your question, Doosan. Do inflammation from oral infections interfere with mouth temperature? Kind of, yes, actually. But even if you do have oral infections, actually, oral infections are actually partly facilitated by reduced body temperature. Because actually a lot of people, like, people, we kind of associate like gum disease, for instance, with bleeding, and you think of bleeding as blood flow, and you think like, oh, there might be, adequate blood flow to the gums, but actually, in fact, there's not. When you have gum disease, the pathogens that cause it actually cause massive coagulation underneath the gums in order to feed on our blood, and that reduces blood flow to the gums, actually. So actually reduced temperature in those areas promotes gum disease. And a lot of people, and myself, and I self-infected with these in order to study them and their effects on my body. And I got them also. They're part of what contributed to my decline in metabolic health when I was in my 30s, because I got them from my partner. And like, you just get them from swapping saliva with people. And a lot of people carry oral infectious bacteria in their entire lives. Anybody that has any kind of metabolic problems when they're adults, the oral pathogens are so ubiquitous and play a major role in that. And I go into depth about that in my book. But you can pick them up as a teenager, and they live in your oral cavity, and they eventually get access to your bloodstream and enter. And they are the major cause of cardiovascular disease. Are oral pathogens, actually. Once they get access to your bloodstream, they circulate throughout your entire body. They are also the cause of Alzheimer's disease. So they do impact our health quite a bit. But that being said, no, you can still have those oral temperatures, and I mean those oral infections, and still get your core temperature up really well. And really with not too much problems either. One of the oh, excuse me. Hey, Jorg. Nice to have you here too. So one of the other things that's relevant to body pulse and temperature, heart rate and temperature, to measure the metabolic rate, is that stress hormones also contribute to that too. So, and that's that's the role of stress hormones. So when the thyroid is not functioning properly, adrenaline and cortisol play a much greater role in maintaining your body temperature. That's their job, is to rescue declining metabolic function. But they do so through catabolic and destructive factors. Adrenaline primarily releases glucose into the bloodstream from glycogen storage, and then cortisol catabolizes tissue into usable sugar and amino acids. And so as your thyroid declines, your stress hormones increase. And that's where a lot of metabolic disease occurs, because your thyroid isn't working. Your body then eats itself alive as it tries to rescue the vital organs from shutting down, and you get sicker and sicker as you get older and older, and you have less and less body lean muscle mass, which is a primary target of cortisol. A lot of people think that dieting and exercise can burn body fat, but in fact, it first burns your own muscle tissue, and fat is burned secondarily. That's less true when you are younger, like teenage years, and that's why a lot of young people, especially like I watch Hassan Piker, and he's always talking about his weight and working out and his hair loss, and is a prime example of someone who has come from being youthful, where exercise did result in weight loss and leanness, but that's only because you were still healthy and had a functioning thyroid. And as you get older and you engage in dieting and exercise, causes an increase in stress hormones, which catabolize your lean muscle and make it harder to put on muscle and easier to put on weight. And then you start to transition into your 30s, and that's what happens. But you still think that the proper way to lose weight is to diet. So you keep dieting, and so your health problems get worse, and you actually stop losing weight from those functions. And you're just confused because you've known your entire life that the proper way to weight manage is to diet, and that's not true. That's not how it works. The proper way to be healthy and lose weight is to manage your gut microbiome and to reduce your stress, not to increase it. So anyway, so stress hormones play a major role in maintaining body temperature and pulse rate. And so you have to understand how to read that data And for instance, so like if you have the both your pulse, if you have one or both of those stress hormones highly active in your body, your patterns of pulse and temperature will not be correct. For instance, in the morning, your pulse or temperature might be higher, and then you eat food and they actually drop. And that's because eating always brings down your stress hormones. So if you have healthy thyroid function, your temperatures in the morning and pulse in the morning will actually be lower than they are. Excuse me. Oh, my cough is really going bad today. So 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 if you're healthy, they should be lower in the morning, and then they rise slowly through the day, and they peak around the afternoon to early evening ish. And if you have stress hormones, your pulse and temperature will not move in tandem. They will be one or the other will be higher at different times. Their movement won't match. And then adrenaline primarily affects heart rate, and cortisol primarily affects temperature. So if your heart rate is off at certain times, like say you haven't eaten but you have a really high pulse rate, that's indicative of high adrenaline function. If you have a higher body temperature and your heart rate is really low, that means you have exhausted your glucose and glycogen and adrenaline, and your cortisol is very high. And so like, and I've worked with people too who've had very stubborn problems normalizing these things and losing weight, and they will actually have like a high general temperature and pulse rate, but they're also erratic and unreliable, and they don't necessarily correlate with eating, and that's because they have really high stress hormones for pathogenic reasons, or other factors like that. Hi, New Health, welcome. Nice to have you here. So I'll get mostly I get to questions at the end. Please ask them. I will come back to them. If they're not related to the main topic, then I talk about them after I'm done with the main topic. So I will get to those questions at the end. It is nice to see you. Thank you for being here. So what was I saying? I have a one-track mind. It's the consequences of being a hardcore alcoholic for 15 years. My brain is not. There are parts missing. Okay, so thyroid. So stress hormones can maintain pulse and temperature, but they don't do it in a normalized way, the way that the thyroid does. And the thyroid does it and the thyroid promotes anabolism, whereas stress hormones promote catabolism. And one of the major problems behind a lot of metabolic disease is that catabolism of body tissues is becoming so severe that your vital organs are starting to be catabolized, like your thymus, which is a major immune and endocrine organ, and your thyroid even, and your adrenal glands, they're all in your liver, they're all starting to fall apart and decay because your stress hormones are so high and so chronic. And that's made more complicated also by chronic pathogenic infection. So here I was like a year after getting sober, and I'd already lost a lot of weight as well. I lost like 60 pounds in the course of like 6 to 8 months, eating copious amounts of sugar and calories, and it was just fantastic. But I was still having also a hard time getting my temperature to stay up, and without thyroid medication. And I was doing lots of research and trying to maybe figure out how to do it, and using Ray Peat's work and other supplemental studies. And I eventually realized that the saturated fats that like Ray Peat talks about he does talk about how they can stabilize thyroid. So I was like, well, just fuck it. Like, what if I just like eat butter, like, daily? So I just would like bite off a piece of butter if I hadn't had any in meals, and I swished it in my mouth till it melted. And that was one of the first things that I did that raised my thyroid function. And it's because saturated fats stabilize a lot of metabolic pathways. Now, and I'm not going to get into saturated fats right now. If you don't know, if you're not familiar with my work and you're watching this VOD, information about saturated fats being unhealthy is completely wrong. And I talk about why in my book. That's one of the major points of the book. way too long to get into here. But saturated fats, in a nutshell, stabilize a lot of metabolic pathways because they are stable in the presence of high heat and oxygen. Polyunsaturated fats easily oxidize in the presence of heat, and they cause massive peroxidase damage to the body. They produce toxic metabolites like malondialdehyde that cause severe metabolic stress and deterioration. They also block the function of vitamin D through vitamin D binding protein. Vitamin D is primarily involved in calcium regulation, which you will remember I talked at the first of the stream that the thyroid and parathyroid's major function is in managing calcium homeostasis. So saturated fats innately and inherently promote a better functioning thyroid because they stabilize tissues and protect them against oxidative damage. And we're going to get into why, but oxidation, and you'll see why oxidation is one of the most important functions of the thyroid gland. It is central and pivotal to the thyroid function. And that's one of the factors that has been really missing from thyroid discourse in forums and even from Ray Peat's work. Is understanding how the thyroid utilizes oxidation in order to produce thyroid hormone. Excuse me, I need some water. Yes, and New Health, I will end up getting to your question. Yes. Okay, so so I started eating butter. I just started eating butter. But one of the things I didn't realize too at the time that I realized later, was that very often in metabolic disease, and especially so like I have cystic fibrosis, and when you have any kind of like gut health question or problem, Mike, your question popped up and it just immediately replaced the word I was meant to use. When you're ever dealing with oh, now I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, god damn. Maybe Friday wasn't the best day to do a stream. My brain isn't working right. Especially talking about really complex subjects like biology and science when your brain has to actually be working. Let's see. We're talking about butter and oh yeah, okay. So when you're metabolically ill, you very often have poor digestion and your gut does not work properly. For several reasons. For instance, like H. pylori is a ubiquitous pathogen that actually interferes with stomach acid secretion. It actually blocks and neutralizes stomach acid so that it can survive in the lining of the gut of the stomach. But more consequentially, a lot of people think of stomach acid as being the end all be all of digestion, but it's not. And so like a lot of people will take betaine hydrochloride and other things like that, or ox bile, in order to try to fix digestion. The part that's most detrimental, acid just breaks food down into its, into smaller particles. It doesn't actually digest. It doesn't really digest food. The thing that actually digests nutrients are enzymes. And so a lot of one of the biggest problems with a lot of people who have metabolic disease is that your pancreatic enzyme function is actually waning. So you're not producing lipase and amylase and what's the protein one? Can't remember. It starts with a T, I think. But proteolytic enzymes that digest protein and fats and carbohydrates. And so when I was swishing the butter in my mouth, very often, though, we still retain salivary enzymatic activity. And in fact, also, though, salivary enzymes are very important in digestion. And in a lot of people with metabolic disease, when we're colonized by opportunistic bacteria, we also have panic eating where we eat very, very quickly. And that's often considered a behavioral thing by stupid narcissistic assholes who have no idea what biology is. It's not a willpower thing. When you panic eat, it is a natural biological instinct to do that when you have chronic bacterial infections, because the body intuitively understands that you are in danger of dying and that you need more nutrient in order to resist and survive those bacteria. And also that those microbes also consume. Also, if you have parasite infections, a lot of microbes compete for the food that we're eating. And so the panic eating response makes you eat more as a sort of like a really coarse way to try to overcompensate for that competition by just getting a whole bunch of nutrients in there and overcompensating for their presence. And it has nothing to do with willpower. That's why you can't control it. When you're eating, you just kind of like, even if you try to eat slower, all of a sudden you'll find yourself panic eating because it is an instinctual response. It's part of our biological programming. It is not a willpower issue. So, hi, Lou. Microbe is probably the cutest English word. Yeah, it kind of is, huh? Microbes. They sound a lot cuter when you say microbes instead of parasite or viruses. So when I was swishing the butter in my mouth, what was happening was my salivary lipase was pre-digesting the fats in the butter, because fats when they're in food usually come in triglyceride forms. They're not in free fatty acids, and free fatty acids are much easier for our body to absorb. They in fact go directly into cells. They don't even need like transporters usually when they're in the free state. Which is, in fact, actually, I also recommend doing the coconut oil swish in your mouth in order to like disinfect your teeth. And it works pretty well in disinfecting cavities. But when you swallow it, it also promotes thyroid function, and I'll tell you the reason for that later in the stream. So pre-digesting the fats by swishing the butter in my mouth and so I just experimented because like Ray kept talking about saturated fats being helpful for the thyroid, but I wasn't really experiencing it, and I kept having to be on the thyroid medication, but I just wanted to get off of it as much as I could. So I was just like, fuck it, like I'll just like try a whole bunch of saturated fats, and the best source I had around was butter, and so I just did that, and I swished it and swallowed it, and and butter actually tastes really good, especially if it's salted, so like it wasn't too bad. And so a lot of the food that we eat is just an excuse to have butter, like I mean bread isn't really, but like bread and popcorn, I mean like the only reason to have popcorn is to have butter on the popcorn. And so, so this was a great excuse to just eat butter. Actually, it was really funny too. One of my sisters famously, like when she was a little girl, she would get up into the cupboard and lick the butter secretly, like, and I don't know why, maybe because it was salted, or also because, we didn't often actually get a lot of good fats in our diet growing up. So it could have been maybe a instinctual reaction to that. But anyway, so I did that, and almost immediately my temperatures went up like almost a degree higher than they normally were, and it was using butter like that, and also coconut oil and other sources of saturated fat, and purposefully doing the swish first as a therapeutic tool, not just eating it in my diet, because I noticed when I just had it in my diet, it was not performing that function. And that's because, and I didn't know at the time, that I have cystic fibrosis and my pancreas does not produce digestive enzymes very well. So when I just eat sources of fats like that, they don't just get digested in my gut. But if I pre-swish them in my mouth, then they do have those effects. And there was a direct correlation. So I could I could have some butter, have some carbohydrate, and my pulse and temperature would just shoot up, and they hadn't done that before through just food. And so it was actually the inclusion of fats, especially through that strategy, that allowed me to stop using thyroid medication, and it was so great. And so I kept doing that, but I still was not able to get above and sustain to 99. So I got closer, but I was still not quite there yet. And nothing in Ray's work was helping me get there, and I couldn't figure out what was missing. And as I started to do more research in other areas, because around this time, I hadn't written my book yet. I had started my website because a lot of people were asking me for help, and it was getting really exhausting. Helping everybody, like one person would ask me the same question that someone else had just asked me, and I'd have to say the same thing over again. So one of the reasons I started my website was just so I could redirect everybody that's asking me for help to an article, rather than having to write it out every single time somebody wanted help. And then people started sharing that work as well, which was really nice, and it gave me some attention, and also allowed me to help more people without having to do so much work, especially since I had a day job at the time and a lot of other responsibilities that took priority over that. So in a lot of my other research, so I, because I had cancer and depression and everything, although my depression was waning at this point. And in fact, I think by this point it probably had completely disappeared, but I didn't know why yet at this point. So, and I was researching all these different things: cancer, insomnia, depression, thyroid, gut health, libido. What else? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I was doing at this time, and and yeah, and alcoholism and addiction, which is a major cornerstone of my work, is figuring out how addiction and alcoholism work. And if you haven't listened to it, there is a stream on alcoholism and addiction, and there's a chapter in my book, and there is a free article on my website about it, about how I discovered the pathway that causes alcoholism and addiction and how to cure it. And so at some point I was studying vitamin C, and I came across the work of Linus Pauling, who is a major vitamin C advocate. In fact, that was really the hallmark of his work, was a focus on vitamin C. And Ray mentioned that he doesn't really talk about vitamin C much, and from what I can remember, he really just, the most he talked about it was that it's very useful for our body, but that you don't need more than like 100 milligrams a day, which is kind of the standard general dietary amount. But Linus Pauling's work is very, very effusive about vitamin C and its role in our metabolic health. And I think other people too also worked on and studied vitamin C, like Otto Warburg and some others. So I learned more about vitamin C, and I realized that vitamin C deficiency is the primary cause of thyroid dysfunction. So earlier I was talking about the thyroid making thyroid hormone, and one of the major nutrients for thyroid hormone in the first place is iodine. Thyroid hormone is entirely dependent on iodine, and so if you don't have enough iodine in your diet, thyroid dysfunction can be very much also an iodine deficiency. But most people do have at least enough iodine in their diets, either through iodized salt or through seafood consumption, in order to support normal thyroid function. And so I knew it was an iodine deficiency, but I was only really getting vitamin C through like consumption of like orange juice, maybe like a glass of orange juice once or twice a day, plus fruits and vegetables that I was having. And and my thyroid function was okay. It was pretty good. And especially after I got the saturated fats in there to stabilize the cellular pathways surrounding the thyroid function, I was getting enough vitamin C to support the thyroid. But I realized when I was studying the work of Linus Pauling that the reason that vitamin C is required for optimal thyroid function is because the thyroid does its job through promoting oxidation. And I'll tell you more about how that works soon. But one of vitamin C, everyone knows that vitamin C is an antioxidant. It's not just an antioxidant, though. It is one of our most important antioxidants. We make an antioxidant in our body called glutathione, and glutathione and vitamin C are the primary, most important fundamental antioxidants that our body uses to protect itself against antioxidants. There are lots of other antioxidants out there, other ones that are very important. Yes, Mike, also anthocyanins. But yes, and the redox stress. That's when I'm talking about oxidation with thyroid, I'm talking about redox states. So hi Dental. Nice to see you too. Greetings. Oh, you're Soma. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nice to see you. Welcome. So vitamin C. Okay, so so we'll get into that now. So vitamin C, the reason that vitamin C is crucial for thyroid function is because the way in which thyroid hormone is produced in the thyroid is through oxidation. So the way that this happens is that iodine is a halogen, and the halogens are fluoride, bromide, iodine, and chloride. And then also cyanide actually is called a pseudohalide. It actually behaves a lot like a halogen, but it's not. But then they call it a pseudohalide. And the way that thyroid hormone is produced is that thyroid globulin is oxidized or iodine is oxidized by a peroxidase enzyme that takes in oxygen from hydrogen peroxide, oxidizes the iodine, and that combines it with thyroid globulin. Thyroid globulin. Can't remember. Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think that's what it's called. The precursor protein that binds iodine. Without this oxidation reaction, the body cannot make. Hi, Farida. Welcome. Hello to you too. The body cannot make thyroid hormone without oxidation. It's actually required for the production of thyroid hormone. And this is the thing that most people don't understand when they're talking about thyroid disease. And that's why vitamin C is so integral, because in any metabolic pathway that our body has, which there are many, that involve oxidation, it always risks the production of reactive oxygen species that can damage other structures and tissues in cells, and always requires the presence of antioxidants in addition to those oxidative pathways in order to protect the other tissues from oxidation. When you are deficient in antioxidants, those oxidation pathways decline on purpose as the cells try to protect themselves from the absence of antioxidants, which would normally protect them from the oxidated products. And that's why vitamin C actually is really important. So once I realized that, I got also a supplement of vitamin C and really increased my dietary forms as well. And that's when my thyroid function hit the roof, and it started getting above 99 all the time, and it was so easy to maintain. My temperature was 99, and really easy to maintain. And ever since then, I probably had like an episode or two where my body temperature fell and I didn't know, but generally my body temperature now, and I'm also much older now. I was back when I was ill and sick, I was 34 and 35, and I'm 42 now. And for the last like 7 years, my temperature has never declined below 98, and and during the day I reach 99 just from eating food. And a lot of it is because I remain sufficient in iodine. I use occasional iodine supplements to maintain that. I have a diet that contains plenty of saturated fats. Every once in a while, I'll still use coconut oil or butter as a switch, the way that I do. And you shouldn't always, like, this is not, like, what I do is different than what you should do as someone who is still ill. My book is much more specific on these practices and strategies. What I do is because I've already gotten better. And so you wouldn't replicate what I'm doing. Oh yeah, great. Well, good good opportunity to be here, Farida. If you had, since we're talking about thyroid. Yeah. Well, so Farida, if you weren't here earlier, so I prefaced, I was talking earlier in the stream about medications, and so you should go back and listen to the rest of this when we're done, so you get all the information then, since you're also dealing with that. Where are the best oysters in LA? I would always go to Whole Foods Friday. Whole Foods used to, or do still. They stopped it for a while when Amazon fucking bought them, which was fucking awful. It was just the worst thing that ever happened. Whole Foods had $1 per oyster sales on Fridays, and so I would always go to Whole Foods and get a whole bunch of oysters. It's so good, and they'll shuck them for you there too. And then they stopped doing that, but then I think they started losing money because Amazon got rid of a whole bunch of shit that was good about Whole Foods. And so I think they do it now again. But yeah, okay. So I remain sufficient in iodine, but vitamin C. So the saturated fats are very important, but the biggest promoter of thyroid function besides iodine and saturated fats, I mean, it is the biggest one. Those are even less actually. Is vitamin C, because the making of thyroid hormone in the thyroid involves oxidation. And so the thyroid down regulates thyroid hormone production if you don't have vitamin C in there to protect the thyroid from the oxidation of itself by the actual pathway that thyroid is made. And peroxidase enzymes normally function in immune pathways, and there are some other like parts of the body that use iodine, like breast tissue, and like secretory glands often have concentrations of iodine in them. But that also might be an immune function, actually, to protect those tissues from ingress with bacteria, because mostly halides, one of the biggest functions of halides, especially the different halides besides just normal chloride, which participates in every pathway in our body, usually is just like immune is very often an immune function. Or like sometimes you get like I think it's bromide that's also used in like collagen formation in oxidation reactions as well. But so you get these so in the oxidative pathway that occurs, our cells, when they're producing energy, produce superoxide, which is then changed by superoxide dismutase into hydrogen peroxide. And these are less and less oxidizing products. Like superoxide is really, really oxidizing, and then hydrogen peroxide is only kind of oxidizing. It's still very oxidizing, but less than superoxide. And so then part of the peroxidase function is to reduce hydrogen peroxide into water, H2O, HO2, H2O. And then it takes that extra oxygen, and then it uses that to oxidize the iodine that is in part of that is oxidized into thyroid hormone. And that first cascade, our cells do not upregulate their cellular respiration pathway that produces the superoxide in the first place without the vitamin C. So that's how the vitamin C promotes thyroid function. And so when you're deficient in thyroid, and one of the problems too, and a lot of people don't realize that your body actually dumps vitamin C every night. Every time that your body has release of adrenocorticotropin hormone, which is what regulates stress hormones like cortisol, the body purposefully dumps vitamin C. And one of the reasons for that is because vitamin C maintains high metabolic respiration. And when you have stress and lack of nutrients, the body purposefully downregulates the metabolic rate in order to preserve those nutrients. So and vitamin C is one of those regulators of the metabolic rate. So in our casual diets that we have before we get ill and we're taking our body for granted and we just eat whatever the hell we feel like, because that's what we did when we were children, we start to get metabolically ill, and we don't understand that these nutrients are really required because our typical diets are not based on them in the first place. And so deficiencies can be very easy to acquire. So if you don't know that vitamin C is so important for thyroid health specifically, you just kind of eat vitamin C foods when you feel like it, and sometimes orange juice is really expensive, so you might like not get it very often. And then a lot of people really just mundanely think of vitamin C as like the cure for the cold, but it also doesn't cure the cold. You have to take it to prevent the cold. And that's also probably actually partly has a lot to do with these same reactions. It's like I was just telling you, like the immune system functions on peroxidase enzymes and halides in the same way that thyroid hormone is made. That's how our body kills pathogens, and that is also dependent on vitamin C. So taking the vitamin C all the time, and I don't just mean through a supplement, although you can, it mostly needs to come from the diet, and then you can use a supplement on top of that to make up for deficiencies or get extra. That doesn't happen if you don't have vitamin C. And so that prevents you from getting the cold. And while I have contracted other illnesses over the last 8 years, such as, I got COVID 3 times. And that's not because I got it like right at the first when like nobody knew what was happening and I didn't even know it was COVID, or like right when it arrived. And then I got it again a few months later. Even though I had a mask on, I went to a grocery store or no, actually that was the third time that I got that way. I still had a mask on and I still got it at a grocery store. Um, but the second time that I got it from my own mother, who was like, "We want to go out to a restaurant tonight," and I was like, "It's a fucking pandemic. Like, why would you want to go to a restaurant?" And then I went over to her house, and she was like coughing up a lung, and I was like, "Why didn't you tell me that you're sick when there's a pandemic around?" Because she's a fucking conservative and denies that stuff. And so, and then I got COVID a second time, and then the third time I got it later, like a year later, when I was at a grocery store. But anyway, so I got that, and I also got the viral version of strep throat, which is not strep throat isn't a virus; it's a bacteria. But I got the viral whatever equivalent that is. But I haven't had a cold. I have not had a cold in like 7 or 8, even 8 years. It's been since I think since I've had a cold. And that is literally just because I've had vitamin C in my diet every single day for the last 8 years, mostly to support my thyroid function. Um, uh, so yeah. So vitamin C. So anyway, so vitamin C is basically the ultimate arbiter of thyroid function because it facilitates an increase in oxidative phosphorylation, which is the state of cellular respiration that cells do that allows them to produce the oxygen substrate that is required for the formation of thyroid hormone, in addition to having the presence of iodine and saturated fats that are less susceptible to oxidation for the same reasons. So that's basically the main recipe for thyroid disease. But there's a couple other things too. The thyroid's function is upregulated by sunlight exposure. When we do not get enough sunlight exposure, our melatonin rises, like during the wintertime, and that purposefully downregulates thyroid function. So it can often be very difficult, such as now if you live in the northern hemisphere, and if you're not, if you're down in Australia or elsewhere. I say that because I have a lot of readers in Australia, specifically, but in Africa and South America too. Hello, the few of you that probably know about my work. Uh, uh, it's a prime time right now, actually. Well, it would have been prime a month or two ago. Now you're sort of starting to get into fall, I think, maybe. So, but it's a prime time when in the summertime to restore thyroid because of the influence of sunlight exposure on our metabolic rate. And so if it is wintertime and you're having a hard time restoring your thyroid function, you can get bright lights, artificial lights to have around you at like your desk, or you can sit in front of a window with, as long as there's direct, like just sitting in front of the window won't help, but direct sunlight coming in through the window hitting your neck. And remember, I said the thyroid actually is in the front, right above the suprasternal notch across your esophagus. That's not an accident. It's there because the thyroid responds to sunlight exposure. And I mentioned this in very many streams, but the red wavelength of sunlight actually drives and stimulates our cellular respiration pathways. And so the thyroid directly benefits from that when sunlight hits it. And so you can replicate that process by using really bright artificial lights or sitting in front of in front of a window if it's cold outside, as long as the sun is directly coming through the window and hitting that area in your body. That will actually also manually stimulate an increase in thyroid function. It won't be as great as in the summertime because during the wintertime, most of the red wavelength bounces off of the atmosphere and goes back into space. And that actually it's the composition of the light as well that's relevant for that. But it still helps to get sunlight exposure though. And any bright light will lower your melatonin, which will raise your thyroid hormone. And yeah, and then also, okay, and I'm almost done with the main topic, and I'm going to get to all your questions. But I also wanted to talk about Hashimoto's because another aspect of thyroid disease are so-called autoimmune thyroid diseases that actively destroy the thyroid. And those are really hard to deal with. And in fact, actually, most thyroid disease is like Hashimoto's thyroid disease. Um, and this is where the body appears to be attacking the thyroid and makes it very difficult. And they call it like anti-thyroid thyroid antibodies and stuff like that. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how the immune system works. There's no such thing as autoimmune disease at all. There is no condition in which the body purposefully attacks its own tissue for no good goddamn reason. The reason for a lot of thyroid disease is that viruses love to inhabit certain parts of our body. And I suspect from the long history of work that I have and accumulation of experience and knowledge that Epstein-Barr specifically loves to hide out in the thyroid. And I think that that's probably one of the primary organs or places that like viruses like Epstein-Barr like to live is the thyroid. I don't know why, but I believe that that's where what specific pathogen this is caused. And when you have autoimmune diseases, what is happening is the body is actually attacking the cells that are infected with viruses or bacteria, and that is causing the destruction. This happens in gum disease. The reason that your gums recede when you have gum disease is not because, even though the bacteria are consuming our tissue, there's no mistake about that. But the reason that the gums recede is because of the immune system trying to fight those infectious bacteria ends up destroying more of the gum tissue than the bacteria are actually consuming. That's what's going on in Hashimoto's disease. In Hashimoto's thyroiditis, viruses and bacteria, this happens too in anyone that is exposed to Epstein-Barr. Viruses, especially herpes viruses, love to hide out in various body parts. A lot of them hide out in our nervous system. It's one of there's these huge complications behind certain like chicken pox. Like when chicken pox reemerges as an adult, it causes shingles. And like a lot of the places where herpes viruses hide out are in the nervous system and other soft organs. And the salivary cytomegalovirus, I think it is, hides out in the salivary glands. So this is not an obscure concept. Like this is well known in science, but it just nobody's really pointed it out or really understood. And I, from finding out all of this, like I think it's Epstein-Barr probably that is in the thyroid that is causing the immune system to attack the thyroid cells because that's where Epstein-Barr is. And then scientists see the antibodies doing that and misunderstand the function of antibodies and call it anti-thyroid antibodies, when in fact it's actually anti-Epstein-Barr antibodies, and it's killing the cells and cleaning up the cells. But in part, it's also because of dysfunctional immune functions that, like I talked about, that actually cause tissue destruction. And part of that is actually vitamin C deficiency, because the immune system uses oxidative reactions to destroy pathogens, and it also destroys our cells. There's actually fairly common. It's okay. So like one of the peroxidase enzymes is called myeloperoxidase, and it primarily oxidizes chloride into hypochlorous acid, which is bleach. And there's also a lot of misguided people who like actually eat chlorine, I think it's chlorine dioxide, and to make bleach on purpose, and it's so dumb. Like it's so dumb. But because the reason our body does it is because when our body makes hypochlorous acid oxidizes methionine residues that are on the outsides of tissues, and the oxidative barrier oxidizes pathogens that try to enter those tissues. But that also causes oxidative damage to our tissues. And there's a reason that myeloperoxidase is not very active until you start to get much older and your primary immune system starts to fail. It's a backup because it's so destructive to our tissues as well. And that's actually part of the etiology behind aging, is an overactive myeloperoxidase system, because the primary hypohalous acids and peroxidase enzymes that make them are impaired by aging and immune dysfunction. And so this is why the thyroid dissolves or gets destroyed, involutes during Hashimoto's, is because the immune system is in there trying to kill Epstein-Barr or whichever other virus has taken up residence there, and the immune activity is causing oxidative damage that destroys the cells, and then the thyroid starts to decay and shrink. And the cure for that is actually dietary thiocyanate. And if you know what I'm talking about, you might be familiar with a lot of people saying that that dietary thiocyanate is goitrogen. And even Ray has said this, and I completely disagree with him because he did not know much about immunity and pathogens. It was not a major function of his work, and I think he was wrong in this aspect. But I understand why. So studies did show that high thiocyanate in brassicas. So they talk about, like, you'll hear people talk about goitrogenous foods, and those are often identified as foods like Brussels sprouts and cabbage and broccoli, and the compound that they're saying is goitrogenic is thiocyanate, which is cyanide. Because the form that cyanide is in those foods is thiocyanate, which our body also makes from other dietary sources of cyanide, and it participates in the immune system in the peroxidase innate immune defense. So, this is getting too much for my brain to handle even right now. Okay, so there are studies that show that thiocyanate can cause reduced thyroid function, but other studies also showed that only happens during iodine deficiency. So it's not goitrogenic. It just isn't. It's not goitrogenic. The thing that causes goiter, which is reduced thyroid function and enlargement of the thyroid gland, is iodine deficiency. It is not thiocyanate. And the reason that thiocyanate enters the thyroid gland in competition with iodine is because thiocyanate is the immunoecological factor that is supposed to protect the thyroid in the peroxidase pathway from viruses and the immune system. And when you don't have thiocyanate, the body then has to use chloride and myeloperoxidase, and that destroys the thyroid gland. Where thiocyanate does not. Thiocyanate, thiocyanate gets converted into hypothiocyanate. So hypothiocyanate is shown in studies to be very safe for ourselves, whereas hypochlorous acid is not. And so Hashimoto's is actually caused by a deficiency of dietary thiocyanate, which mostly means a dietary deficiency of leafy greens. And this also gets demonstrated in people I work with all the time. I had somebody come to me a while ago who had Hashimoto's. I told them all about this, that they needed to have more greens in their diet. They did exactly the opposite because everyone told them the opposite. They did not. They consumed even less leafy green vegetables, and their Hashimoto's numbers got worse. And it's because thiocyanate, being a substrate for hydrogen peroxide in these cellular oxidation pathways, cleans up that hydrogen peroxide. And so it spares, just like vitamin C acts as an antioxidant, it spares, and iodine, and in the gland, it spares tissues from oxidative damage. That's why the thiocyanate enters the thyroid. And then that protects it from the immune system that is constantly attacking the presence of those viruses, and so then your thyroid will regenerate. So, and the supposed, which doesn't really happen, downregulation of thyroid function that can happen from that is actually due to iodine deficiency, because we don't get enough iodine in our diet anyway. The amount that is in iodized salt is not even close to the amount that we need. I mentioned this in another stream. I'm already going an hour and a half. Do I want to tell the story? It's kind of important though. So, because we should be able to just eat plant foods and have enough iodine in our diet. Excuse me. One of the primary deficiencies of the reason. Okay, sorry. Okay, so uh, okay, wait. Okay, so I told this. I think I told this story not too long ago on a stream. But anyway, when American colonizers came into North America and displaced and committed genocide against the native populations that lived here, and they took over regions of North America, they started having mass epidemics of goiter. And it was so bad that the entire northern states of the United States used to be called the goiter belt. And you have people walking around with huge goiter, and goiter is like huge. Like they literally, it looks like someone has gone in and put a softball underneath your skin and your neck. Like they're enormous. Like they're fucking huge and gross. It's so obscene. And so this place was called the goiter belt. Like 35%, I think the number was like 35% of the population had goiter. And that's what ended up leading to the iodinization of salt as a protective mechanism against that. Eventually, they figured out it was caused by thyroid iodine deficiency. And the excuse was that the glacial period in North America and glacial runoff leached all of the iodine out of the soil. So people who started living in those regions with low iodine didn't have enough iodine in their food, and so would contract goiter. The problem is this is total fucking bullshit. Because the Native Americans that lived here before us did not have epidemic goiter at all. And so you have to ask, like, well, if they didn't have goiter, then it's not because the soil is absent of iodine. Because it wasn't like Native Americans were trucking in kelp or other seafood to supplement iodine. They were living in the same place too, with even less technological tools at their disposal. And in fact, the technology is actually part of the reason. So when white colonialist Americans came in and took over the land, they started plowing the land with their enormous iron steel plows and cattle and horses and mules. Native Americans didn't do that. When Native Americans farmed, they just used little, handheld tools like shovels and things. They did not plow the dirt. Iodine actually evaporates to the atmosphere. And this is also relevant also to, and actually this is very relevant for thyroid issues. You'll see this anecdotal old wives' tale thing where they'll say that you need to paint iodine on your skin, and depending on how fast it evaporates, determines whether or not you have iodine deficiency. And that's not fucking true at all. Iodine evaporates to the atmosphere. So when you paint iodine on your skin, it's just evaporating to the air. We only absorb actually about 12% of the iodine that you apply to the skin. So it does absorb through the skin too. But iodine evaporates to the atmosphere. So if you're fucking plowing the dirt and there's not a lot of iodine there anyway, all the iodine is just evaporating into the atmosphere. So you get white people coming in, and they were even terrible, besides committing genocide against the Native Americans and forcing them onto reservations, they also forbade them from any kind of traditional practices, including their traditional farming practices. Native Americans had this tradition it's called the Three Sisters, where they would plant together beans, squash, and corn, because that combination, all of those vegetables helped all the other vegetables to grow. The beans by putting in the nitrate into the soil, and then the corn was a good pole for the beans to climb up. And I don't know exactly what role squash had in there, but that was their tradition. And our government and military banned that practice and forced Native Americans to practice monoculture and plowing the way that we were doing it. And that then caused them also to have the same nutritional deficiencies that the white colonialists started having when they came in. And, obviously nobody knew this. Nobody even knew what iodine was at the time. But this is to say that the reason that we have iodine deficiencies in our diet is because of these destructive, unproductive, horrible agricultural practices that we have, where most of our food comes from. The plowing of soil kills the microbiome, and it also causes iodine loss from the soil. And so then our food has less nutritive value in it. And so then you need to take iodine supplements in order to make up for those deficiencies, because we are not focused on how these things actually work. and thinking that these methods are superior just for no fucking good reason. And regenerative agriculture is really great because it actually, and this is a problem though, even organic food, even organically produced food still plows the soil and destroys the microbiome. So your food does not, it's better than conventionally farmed, but generally, and organic food in our country only even has to be 75% organic. It's fucking ridiculous. But that's why our food is not nutritive enough in order to support the thyroid, and why there's mass systemic metabolic disease in our country is because of these very farming practices that rob the soil of the microbiome that plants are dependent on and its nutrient content, like iodine, that actually just fucking evaporates into the atmosphere. So, anyway, uh, anyway, thyroid dysfunction and Hashimoto's are because of bad diets, lacking in vitamin C, green leafy vegetables, and unfortunately nowadays we do have to supplement some iodine somehow, either through increased consumption of seafood, or you can get like a seaweed supplement. Generally, the ones that are in seaweed supplements are plenty to support thyroid function. In my book, I do talk about how to use iodine as an antibiotic, but I'm not going to get into that here. You have to read my book for that. And yeah, so that's thyroid disease. All right, so yeah, we'll dive into answering questions. You guys, there's been a lot of you here today and a lot of questions. So how far do I have to scroll back up? Let's see. I think the first one that nope, I'm going to go back all the way to the top. Linda asked about protein ratio. I did that. Elizabeth asked temps, and I answered that one. Jorg, you asked, can I give you some clue on how to resolve indigestion? You try to eat very healthy, but no matter what you eat, you just have this discomfort. Food sitting in my stomach for hours. That's I don't know. I don't know if that's enough information for me to go on Jorg about indigestion. Indigestion is very, there's so many things that can add to it. It can be foods you're eating, not getting enough sunshine, pathogenic infections. It's really, it's just, sorry, I can't answer that question very effectively here just because it's not enough. And I couldn't anyway, because like I'd have to ask you like a questionnaire for your diet. I would just recommend going back into my book in the chapter on gut health and reading that. My upcoming update that I promise will be coming soon, but I'm still working on it. I know you guys are really sweet. I've had people ask me about the update, and I don't think that like about when I'm working on it, I don't think about you guys waiting on it that much. Because I think I anticipated being last spring, I thought that I would have the next update out in the fall. So even last year, I was saying that it was going to be soon. It's like the second coming of Jesus. I I keep saying that like it's coming soon, but it's just I haven't gotten it yet. Because I keep uncovering more parts to these things I'm working on with the immune system and pathogenic infections. And then I gotta investigate those, and it just takes time because I can't, things can't be rushed, and discovery only happens when it happens. And so yeah, but it is going to be soon. I'm maybe I'm not going to say time right now, but it's going to be soon. I'm working on it. Things are going really well though. I've added way more things to the book than I thought I was going to be releasing next. So that's really exciting. And I've changed around chapters. Yeah, so yeah. So more information, Lou, on that will probably be in the new update that might help you. But just go back to the chapter on gut health for that stuff. Let's see. You currently dealing with pain around your bladder and balls, or when you eat things with oxalates, or when you drink milk or ingest other things with calcium? Yeah, no, it probably would not be vitamin D deficiency. Well, actually, no, because New Health, like, it doesn't matter actually if you take vitamin D as a supplement at all. There are so many, you can, but there are so many factors that inactivate vitamin D function in the body that supplementation rarely does anything really, actually. I used to recommend vitamin D in my book, but I was parroting a lot of other accepted ideas about vitamin D that I don't agree with anymore. For instance, if you have sunlight deficiency, there is a enzyme in our body called 24-hydroxylase that actually inactivates vitamin D. So it doesn't matter. You could take 2 grams of vitamin D, and if you haven't gotten sunlight, your body will just inactivate it. Also, there is a protein in our body called vitamin D binding protein that shuttles vitamin D around and also protects it from excretion and from denaturation. So meaning if vitamin D protein vitamin D binding protein is not working properly, you just pee out vitamin D. So taking a supplement doesn't really do anything. Stones seem to form. Okay, yes. So that's a better okay. So one of the major functions with vitamin D is that it enables our body to produce citric acid. Yes, our body makes citric acid, the same acid that makes lemon juice tart and limes tart. Our body makes that from glucose, from sugar, from starch, from carbohydrate that you eat. This is why dieting causes metabolic problems, because if you don't eat enough carbohydrate, your body cannot make citric acid and then citric acid reacts with calcium, and citric acid functions majorly in our body to prevent a great deal of soft tissue calcification. It is the primary agent that inhibits and prevents kidney stones from forming. If you have kidney stones, it is, and that's what the pain is. A lot of the pain you could be talking about is coming from is having kidney stones. That is a major symptom of vitamin D deficiency and citric acid deficiency, because our body has to have vitamin D in order to make citric acid. And but like I said, just taking vitamin D supplement does not work. You have to get sunlight exposure. It's impossible to do without proper sunlight exposure. And if it's wintertime where you are, you can get some bright lights and try to sit in front of a window in direct sunlight as much as possible until the weather changes. You can also supplement citric acid. You can drink lots of lemon juice all the time. You can also buy a supplement of actual citric acid. It's very often sold as a culinary adjunct in large quantities, so you can just add it into some juice to make it some more acidic. You can very easily overdo it with a supplement like that. Let's start with smaller amounts, so you're not burning your mouth. And also don't let it sit on your teeth for very long, because it will dissolve your enamel. But that's a good holdover, and that might help you with that problem actually. So. Yeah, and you also you need to you're a guy. You said you have balls, so I'm assuming you're male. Even though not all men have them. Sunlight exposure down there to your testicles is also very important, because it increases. That's one of the reasons why the scrotal skin is so thin, is because the testicles respond directly to light exposure. So if you have a lifestyle in which you have had a long-term light deficiency, and especially like if your boys have been tucked away for years and years away from any sunlight, like that can be a part of those problems. So yeah. Mike, do I think desiccated thyroid increases thyroid levels? Not really. I think that the only thing that desiccated thyroid could help increase is T4 maybe, but it definitely doesn't help increase T3 at all. Ray said the body knows what to do with the components. Yeah, Ray was very oriented kind of toward this kind of paleo idea about diet and eating, where a lot of our nutrients come from animal organs, and we don't eat enough animal organs, and we mostly just eat their meat. And in my experience, that's not the case. We did not evolve as a species eating any significant amounts of meat at all. We evolved, we were a moderate-sized tree-dwelling primate, and our protein consisted mostly of nuts and insects. And any animal that eats insects can easily transition into carnivorous behavior. And we didn't even evolve into a human from hunting. We didn't start hunting until we were already human beings. We evolved into humans because our really ancient ancestors became semi-aquatic, and we browsed shallows in around ancient Lake Michichad for shellfish and crustaceans, and it started eating that for meat. And at no point at no point did we evolve into human beings eating things like liver and kidneys and thyroid and stuff like that. That did not happen until we were already humans, and our diet mostly consisted of fruits and nuts and roots and blossoms and leaves and insects and shellfish. So it doesn't make sense that our physiology is based on consumption of those things anyway. Sometimes those things can help, but that's only because your diet is missing them in the first place. Like I mentioned, the fact that most of our food is devoid of iodine because of our industrial agricultural practices. So if you take desiccated thyroid, you're actually really just supplementing zinc and iodine. And that should be coming even from vegetables, but because of industrial agricultural practices, most of our plant food does not contain iodine, and it should though. Iodine binds to polyunsaturated fats. Oh, God damn it. I didn't write this down in my stream point, so I completely forgot about it. So a major thing, this is why you have to read my book. These streams are just to bring attention to my book. You got to read, you have to read my book to get all the information, because there are things that I don't know that I'm not talking about that are in there. Polyunsaturated fats cause thyroid disease because iodine actually binds to polyunsaturated fats. And the more unsaturated the fat is and the higher quantity of polyunsaturated fats that are in your body, the more that it will actually cause iodine deficiency also. So if you already have low iodine intake because of an industrialized diet, polyunsaturated fats very easily cause thyroid disease because it depletes out what little you actually have in your body. And so iodine uptake into plants often contain polyunsaturated fats. And in fact, one of the reasons that kelp and seafood have high amounts of iodine is because they have high amounts of unsaturated fat in them, including oysters and clams and everything that's really healthy for us. And also, I want to make clear there's a big difference between consuming whole foods that contain polyunsaturated fats and the the refined concentrated sources of polyunsaturated fats that are most harmful to our health, such as canola oil and soy oil and stuff like that. It's not quite the same. Eating the whole food sources, you don't have to be so concerned about. Their nutrient density usually makes up for the fact that they have polyunsaturated fats in them. But that's also why seafood contains a lot of iodine, is because it also contains a lot of polyunsaturated fats. And plants contain a lot of polyunsaturated fats as well. And they should be high in iodine, but because of plowing ground and killing off the microbiome of the soil that is so common among industrial agriculture, including organic food, that produces iodine deficiency. So if you take like desiccated thyroid, yeah, it could help, but only because it's supplying you with iodine and zinc, but not because it's but like I mentioned, like even taking normal thyroid, like I tell people, if you have really bad metabolic disease, how you can use thyroid medicines to help your health, but ultimately you need to get your thyroid just working normally. And you cannot be dependent. If you just use thyroid medications and thyroid supplements, you will never get better. You will never get better, because those are not what our body works off of. Those are only adjuncts to help deal with symptoms. They don't restore the underlying pathways. Things like vitamin C and sunlight and iodine and saturated fats do. So you have to. So I don't even bother with I haven't taken thyroid medication in 7 years. And I tried desiccated thyroid once back at that time as well. Like it just doesn't help. So I don't even worry about it, but yeah. Does the modulation of calcium by thyroid affect arterial calcification? Kind of, yes, Mike, but that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. So a lot of people, you'll hear this thing excuse me, I need some water. So you'll hear people say things like, oh, you shouldn't take vitamin D without vitamin K because then it'll promote calcification. Yes, kind of, but no, that knowledge is actually worse. That's not really helpful. Like, it's not that you shouldn't take vitamin D. It's that you need to be you need to be restoring all these fundamental pathways. Calcification does not happen because of vitamin D. It happens because of sunlight deficiency, because we need vitamin D in order to make citric acid, which prevents soft tissue calcification. Vitamin K also does participate in anti-calcification pathways too, but citric acid is the primary mediator of that. And your vitamin D function can be completely deranged. Even if you're taking copious amounts of vitamin D, it won't do anything for your body if your pathways that regulate vitamin D are downregulated. Your body will literally just inactivate it and pee it out. And so it doesn't really even do anything. So that same thing, like thyroid and parathyroid regulate levels of calcium, but they don't directly affect. So they could, like, so they can, like, and sorry, yes, and parathyroid directly. Parathyroid directly promotes calcification because it primarily mobilizes calcium from the bones, and that same function causes soft tissues to take up more calcium. But that's also usually actually in also a state of vitamin D deficiency when vitamin D is required for citric acid synthesis by the body. So it really just is more of a function of like sunlight exposure and vitamin D function. And then you can use supplemental citric acid to sort of make up for it. I've kind of found that because wintertime is a great time to experiment with citric acid because you just are not getting vitamin D. Like, I live in Utah and there's and we have this inversion right now too. I have not gotten sun since the 1st of November. And it's awful. Although I love the snow. It's so great. I love snow and I want a fireplace. And just to coat, I don't have a fireplace, but when it's snowing out and you have a fireplace, and I didn't even take down my Christmas decorations until the middle of January. I would put up. I love that, and so I would put up with thyroid disease just to live with snow, rather than living in a tropical place. Although I do miss Los Angeles a lot, in California a lot. Anyway, so yeah, it's not like a biohacking thing is what I mean to say, Mike. You don't need to worry about that because you really just need to get those fundamental pathways working and have all the pieces in place for our normal metabolic health. And so wintertime is a good time to experiment with citric acid, which I do a lot now because I am in a place with lots of winter. Because basically a lot of the health effects of vitamin D is just because it produces citric acid. There was a study that I found not too long ago, which was included. I think it was included in my last update, but it wasn't in my book for very long. Is that I found an old study of a doctor who cured, if you've ever heard of the disease rickets, it's caused by sunlight deficiency and vitamin D deficiency. But this doctor cured a bunch of children of rickets just by using supplemental citric acid, because ultimately the function of one of the major functions of vitamin D is to help the body produce citric acid. So you can actually use it, and then you can experiment during the wintertime with amounts and quantity and frequency. And for me, I've found that probably about taking citric acid every 3 days is kind of about the amount. If it's longer than that, then I start to see or feel symptoms of vitamin D deficiency. So yeah. And people also, here's a real bonus for listening to this stream. The aging process is most strongly mediated by citric acid deficiency and calcification of tissues. If you've ever paid close attention, you might notice that people really don't age during the summertime, but when winter hits, they age rapidly. And one of the reasons, and every winter time, people look a little bit older than they did the year before. And one of the reasons for that is because of citric acid deficiency due to vitamin D deficiency. So taking citric acid can also, during the wintertime when you don't have good vitamin D function, or if you're very old, can help to address a lot of calcification issues because of that. So, and actually, because I did want to mention this. So yes, so there's a lot of times often, it's the irony of the stream is there is a huge emphasis on thyroid function in a lot of health communities. And what I have learned is that there are actually a way more pathways in the body that are affecting metabolic health than just thyroid. One of the shortcomings of the Ray Peat community and Ray Peat's work. God rest his soul. He saved my life. There's a lot of information that he put out there. The thyroid is not the be all end all of metabolic disease. There was so much else that I had to address that I learned that is the basis of my work that I did. And the thyroid is only one component, and it does help to raise pulse and temperature and regulate your metabolic health. But there are a lot of other things and other aspects to metabolic health that are not thyroid, that don't have much to do with thyroid, that really dramatically affect health. So yeah, like vitamin D function and citric acid and stuff like that. And pathogenic infection is just like the whole kicker. So yeah. But and then also though, actually, so I was doing some research the other day, and I found out that a lot of immune cells actually produce the active form of vitamin D, and I think it was macrophages maybe. A study showed that they can produce so much vitamin D that they can cause a temporary state of hypercalcemia during immune infections, and that's actually probably a major function of the immune system in producing in order to acquire calcium in some function that helps us fight pathogens. Actually, so like vitamin D has been shown for a very long time to help regulate and improve the immune function. So that has a lot, pathogenic stuff has a lot to do with metabolic health that isn't. But that's what I said, like Hashimoto's is caused by pathogens, is caused by viral ingress into the thyroid. And then the supposed autoimmune response is not it just arbitrarily attacking the thyroid. It's actually attacking the viral colonization of the thyroid, and the destruction of the tissue is caused by our own immune system. But that's not because the immune system is out of whack. It's because there's a virus in there, and you're also missing nutrients that are required in order for the immune system to work properly, because of misguided ideas about things like green leafy vegetables, or just their general absence in industrial diets. So yeah. Where am I next? Who's next? So I mean, yeah, these questions have gone through from the screen a long time ago, but they replay in the dynamic replay below this, below the video. Lou. Microbe. Oh wait, no, we said that. I did. Yeah, microbe is a cute English word. Elizabeth, you said dates, raw butter, and sea salt. Yeah. Dates. Oh, you mean together, like dates with butter and sea salt? Oh, I've never done that. That sounds like a good idea. I like dates, but if I eat too much of them, I get really sick of them, and then I don't want them ever again. And I haven't had dates probably in 2 years. I should try that. That sounds really nice. I like figs a lot. Figs are so good. I could have figs all the time. I want to plant a fig tree. I don't know if figs grow in my climate, though. I think there might be a species that does. Although I don't have ground to plant a fig tree. Why would I say that? Maybe I could do it in a pot. A lot of you might know from following me, like, excuse me, a year ago, I started planting plants, and I was going to do a whole indoor garden and stuff. And I did, but then I had to move. And I just threw most of it out, because what the fuck, I couldn't move all those plants. And then at this place too, I also don't have, I had a patio at my place, and my new place, I live in the city now. I don't even have a patio now. So I do have a nice window, and I have indoor plants. And I thought of constructing maybe a wall garden with some artificial lights, but also I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I'm such a nomad. I want to settle down somewhere so badly. But yeah, if I get land, I will put up. The pandemic threw a huge wrench into my plans. It just cut into my finances so bad. So I've derailed a lot of my homemaking plans and garden plans. I really want to grow my own stuff so I can have iodine sufficiency in my general diet. Mike, how does redox stress? Oh yeah, okay. So so you're asking, plays a primary role in physiology, like Ray Peat suggests. Do anthocyanins affect this? Yeah. So redox is like what I was talking about with the I was using terms oxidation, but that's what redox states are. Redox is just another word for the states of oxidation between which molecules switch and atoms switch in metabolic pathways. So, like for instance, iron is a constituent of heme, and heme is used in a lot of proteins, and it switches oxidation states, or you could say redox state. It was usually you say redox states, but I didn't even know. It took me so long to learn what redox was when I was first doing all this research. People are like, redox. I'm like, what the fuck is redox? And redox is I think it's a portmanteau for, or short phrase for reoxidation or something like that. It just means because molecules switch from oxidized to reduced, and or I guess yeah, it's probably a portmanteau between reduction and oxidation. So basically, so yeah, it does. Oxidation states are huge factor in how our body works, and a major problem behind lay people's understanding of biological science is not understanding how, like, everyone knows about antioxidants, and so you might infer from that oxidation is bad, and in some cases it is, but a lot of pathways in our body accomplish their processes by oxidation. That's how our entire basis of cellular respiration occurs, is the oxidation of substrates. And then the immune system functions through redox states. When the body makes hypohalous acids, they oxidize bacteria and become reduced in the process. So they switch redox states. So yeah, and copper enzymes, copper plays a big role in redox function. So yeah, it is very important. Anthocyanins are very, very important. I don't know if they affect redox states. Anthocyanins are most important for regulation of blood circulation. When you're deficient in anthocyanin, which are the darkly colored pigments in berries and other fruits, not beets though, for some reason, but purple cabbage maybe, and black rice, and blackberries and blueberries and strawberries, and I love hibiscus tea too. Hibiscus is a really good source. The body actually, and this is also relevant for vitamin D synthesis. When you do not have enough anthocyanin in your body cuts off blood circulation to the skin, and it's part of the regulatory mechanism behind dietary feedback for our body to ascertain whether or not there's nutrient sufficiency in the environment to risk doing something like that, because increasing blood flow to the skin increases your heat loss. And so the body only wants to do that when it's summertime, when things like berries are around. So anthocyanin, I don't know if it does. I mean, it does. A lot of people talk about anthocyanin being antioxidant, but I don't. That part's not important. It really is like it's a rate limiting factor in blood circulation. So anthocyanin is very important to have in the diet. Let's see, where's the next question? Keep asking questions, because as soon as you're done asking questions, I will be signing off. Which won't be soon, because there are actually a lot, so stay around. Oh, hey Jamal, welcome. Where's the next question? Elizabeth asked where oysters were. I said that. Farida said you had thyroid, underactive thyroid, and I talked about that. And many other health issues as well. Farida, I'm assuming you have my book. If you have lots of health issues, read my book. It will help a lot. I have an update coming that will have a lot more information in it though than it already has. But don't wait. You'll get the update anyway when it comes out. So everybody that has bought the book gets the free ebook update. Oh, Mike, when you were hypothyroidish, you fractured your foot. Osteoporosis is a known risk with thyroid supplementation. Well, yeah. Well, actually, so yeah. How to mitigate this calcium dysregulation? So, Mike, I think that the correlation between osteoporosis and thyroid dysfunction is not because of thyroid; it's because of vitamin D and citric acid. Because when you have sunlight deficiency, you have a vitamin D deficiency, which means you also have a citric acid deficiency. And the thyroid also doesn't really function when you have those conditions, because metabolic torpor downregulates thyroid function as well. And a lot of people don't know this, that citric acid is one of the major constituents of bone. In fact, the densest the densest concentration of citric acid in the body is actually in the skulls and teeth, not in the enamel layer, but in the inner layers of the tooth. Actually have the highest concentration of citric acid in the body, and citric acid is actually the primary constituent that makes bones strong, and that's why vitamin D has sometimes shown to be beneficial to osteoporosis, but not in a reliable and reproducible, consistent way, is because the body also, remember, downregulates vitamin D depending on other factors as well, including light exposure. And the real underlying function behind osteoporosis is long-term citric acid deprivation due to long-term vitamin D dysfunction, which declines as we get older. And which is also another reason why like supplementing citric acid can help, and you can take like lemon juice every morning, and or maybe some supplemental citric acid. Yeah, so they correlate, but they're not causal actually. In that, but a lot of people do talk about them as if they're causal, but they're not, and that's why nobody's figured that out yet. Juicin, do I think food sources in powder like camu camu, acai, keri plum could be suffice for vitamin C or calcium ascorbate? Or do we need ascorbic acid or calcium ascorbate? Yes, food sources will, but I would not recommend camu camu. I don't know if it's good or not. I know it's really high in vitamin C. I tried it once and it sort of gave me like estrogenic symptoms. I couldn't really tell. It might be good too, actually, because a lot of plant estrogens are antibiotic. Actually, like bitters are antibiotic. They actually activate our immune system. So camu camu may be beneficial, but it also may not be at all. So I wouldn't use that one. You could probably use acai or kakadu plum. Those are a bit exotic, though. You don't need to use all those kinds of things. You can just. But actually, I do. I like just having a supplement of ascorbic acid around, because it's just easy if I don't have like vitamin C foods or stuff, and those other powders are really expensive. And I did mention in the first earlier versions of my book, I did say that you should have that natural was better than synthetic, and I still think that that's true. But but it's fine to use synthetic. It's like some people will say that like ascorbic acid is not the same as vitamin C, and that's not really true. Ascorbic acid is the active constituent of vitamin C. It's an acid. It will bind to other substrates. So no, the ascorbic acid in food is usually not isolated ascorbic acid, but our stomach actually does separate it anyway, and like the stomach secretes ascorbic acid during digestion, actually, regardless of where it comes from. It's actually one of its major functions is to scavenge free oxygen and nitrate species in the stomach during digestion, actually. So and I've mentioned this before, but I was also just kind of parodying this information too. People say like don't take vitamin C with iron foods, but your stomach secretes vitamin C during digestion, so that just happens anyway, actually. So actually, like, so I think it's fine to take ascorbic acid. Some ascorbic acid products could be allergenic. Ones that come from corn, if you have sensitivity or weird reactions to them, you could try something else. Also, though, the buffered forms like calcium ascorbate or sodium ascorbate might also avoid those issues, because pure ascorbic acid is like an unreacted acid, so it will react with like substrates, other elements. So if that's bothersome, use one that's like sodium ascorbate or calcium ascorbate. I don't know whether you should use sodium or calcium though. Sodium might actually be better actually than calcium ascorbate, and if you're going to take a calcium supplement, I would use calcium citrate or calcium carbonate. But if you're older, I would use calcium citrate for sure. Why take zinc with vitamin C? Oh, you don't have to. No, you don't have to take zinc with vitamin C. But zinc helps our body recycle vitamin C. So you don't have to take it with them. You just need to be replete in both, and so that's why they have that relationship. So zinc is really important in this. Is it tetrahydro? can't remember the exact enzyme that uses it. Tetrahydrobiopterin, I think, or something like that. I may be wrong. I don't think I'm remembering that right. There's a people will say that like vitamin C is recycled by glutathione, but it's primarily recycled with a zinc dependent enzyme actually. So New, when you take ascorbic acid, you also get the pain from the oxalate crystals from that. Well, funny you say that, New. So actually, I hope you're still here. Actually, ascorbic acid is made into oxalic acid in our body, especially by and that can actually increase under the influence of pathogenic organisms. So yes, that would make sense. Yes, it would mean there's calcium in the urine. So you need to supplement citric acid. I would have lemonade like daily or limeade daily. Oh god, I love limeade. The grocery store that I live around that I'm by doesn't have a lot of organic food. But they have a huge amount of limes, and fruit aren't so bad. They'll still have pesticides, but herbicides are the worst. So fruit like that's not usually so bad. But I make limeade a lot. It's so fucking good. Yeah, take a lot of citric acid, lemon juice and lime juice, and maybe even get a supplement of it. That'll help with those issues. So yeah. A lot of people don't know that too. So vitamin C, one of the routes of elimination of vitamin C is that it can be converted into oxalic acid in our body, oxalate. And some pathogenic bacteria also consume ascorbic acid and convert it into oxalic acid. And so you can get oxalate excess through pathogenic colonization. When you take it as a supplement, it doesn't really get converted into oxalic acid a lot. I think that happens mostly when you have low metabolic rate, because remember, there are a lot of other regulatory mechanisms that regulate the metabolic rate. And I don't know the exact pathway, but I take ascorbic acid all the time, and I don't ever have I've never had kidney. There was some suggestion that I had kidney stone issues when I was really sick. The doctor said I had bleeding and blood in my urine, and I've had pain in my kidneys once in a while, a long time ago. But once I started like getting my metabolic rate up, and I was having citric acid and vitamin D and sunlight, then all of that went away. So, and I take ascorbic acid, so yeah. Yeah, well, Mike, I don't disagree with most of what Ray does. My work does disagree with some of his work, but also a lot of it is contextual, and Ray isn't often wrong. It's just that a lot of people don't understand what he's even talking about, and the application of his work is done wrong. Yeah, I very much disagree with him about his vaccine stuff. That was just fucking absurd. That's not how vaccines work. One of people's criticisms about vaccine is that it causes inflammation, and I just want to slap them across the face and then say, what the fuck do you think happens when you get infected? Like, infection causes massive inflammation too. I mean, that's how the body manages inflammation, and the immune system is infection and the immune system is through inflammation pathways. Like, that's expected. There are some toxic, don't get me wrong, there are toxic properties to vaccines, like mercury and stuff, but in the face of dying from an infectious illness, getting vaccinated is much preferable. So, yeah. That being said, I'm also not vaccinated against COVID. I had it 3 times, and I'm not going to fucking get vaccinated. People who make a big deal about that, especially the libs, a lot of liberal people they just parrot authoritarian talking points, and they don't understand what they're talking about. Vaccines are not harmful, but like I wrote early on, like a year before this even was a thing, I said that no one vaccine is going to protect everybody against COVID, because I know how the immune system works. Vaccines only work in supporting our normal immune system. They don't have special properties. So and because coronavirus can mutate so much and had very similar properties to the flu, which you have to get vaccinated against every single year, there was no fucking way that a vaccine was going to inoculate everybody against COVID. You were going to have to go through multiple vaccines several times a year for the entire population, and that's completely impossible to do. When you got vaccine deniers or COVID deniers, you got anti-vaxxers, and then you have people who just don't have access or time. Like, you can't ask people to come get vaccinated every 4 months. I think that's just not tenable. And on top of that, like, there are some problems with vaccines, like mercury loads and stuff like that. You can't be vaccinating kids with mercury every 4 or 5 months just to protect them against COVID. And if you know how to treat it with aspirin and riboflavin, which if you're hearing me say that and you don't know what I'm talking about, I have articles on my website that discuss coronavirus infection, how the body attacks viruses and defends us. And one of the reason that people die from coronavirus is because the body also uses riboflavin to attack viruses, and people who are in riboflavin is also required as a cofactor for oxygen transport around the body. So people who were dying in hospitals from coronavirus infection were already deficient in riboflavin, and if you just give them fucking riboflavin, they wouldn't have died. Yeah. Also because there's actually pathogens in our body, in our gut, from the streptomyces. Well, they're not pathogens; they're opportunistic bacteria. But there are opportunistic bacteria in our gut called streptomyces that produce a riboflavin analog called roseoflavin that interferes with riboflavin function. Anyway, so if you have gut dysbiosis, any kind of gut dysbiosis, this is why there's also an association with age and obesity with mortality under coronavirus, is because those all are associated with gut dysbiosis, which means that, and most of our riboflavin comes from gut production of riboflavin, but then during dysbiosis you've got roseoflavin production, so then you don't have enough riboflavin, so you have metabolic disease, so then you're not as resistant to viral infection, and you don't need to inoculate everybody, you just need everybody to take a small dose of fucking riboflavin. So frustrating. Anyway, okay, where's the next question? Does exposing food to sunlight increase the vitamin D content? No, not at all. In fact, exposing food to sunlight can actually cause it to degrade a lot. Or do you mean, or Mike, do you mean plants don't make vitamin D, and the vitamin D that's in mushrooms is not the kind that we can use, as far as I know. Or it's like very small. It's just inconsequential. There is only like vitamin D, supplemental vitamin D. Like I use lanolin derived, which comes from the oils of sheep wool. But mostly but I don't really even use it. I'll take a supplement of vitamin D probably 3 times during the winter just to like keep my stores up. But it's impossible for vitamin D to function without normal sunlight exposure. So, I mean, it does still a little bit. Sorry. I often talk in absolutes, but that's not really how the body works. It's more like you get less. So like you still have, if you're alive, you still have some vitamin D function. Like you don't, but you have less than what is useful. Is what I mean. So that's a real weakness in my my hyperbolic excesses that I engage in when I am communicating stuff. But yeah, like you just got to get sun exposure. Food, you do not get vitamin D from food sources generally at all. So, yeah, Jamal. Can I briefly discuss the underlying fears behind overly seriousness? Oh, yeah. Okay. So Jamal asked a question about the inventory therapy, the trauma therapy that I have in my books. And this is completely a different topic, but I'm glad you brought it up. Because, and like I mentioned this too, like he's somebody that I coached and I coach a lot of people. A lot of us are in health forums and looking for health answers because we have a lot of trauma and fear surrounding our own mortality. So like the entire point that a lot of you are listening to me on here is because you want to have a 6-pack and you want to be sexy and you want people to like you. and like, you know, those are understandable. Like those are all things that I want as well. But the problem is that we often can't get those things. Like, it doesn't matter how good looking you are or how fit you are. Yeah, people will like you for that, but those aren't the people that you want to be liking you. Like, you get like when you're really fucking sexy, the people that are drawn toward you are operating on animalistic instincts for reproduction and resource acquisition, like I talk about in my in one of the first chapters called on sex appeal. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with genetics. It has everything to do with resource availability. And so you get this basic, like, really superficial cannibalistic, like a type of person that is attracted to people who are really sexy a lot, just because they're also suffering and working on animal instincts and things like that. And anyway, so like a lot of our fears underlie a lot of our health issues. And it's really ironic though too, because a lot of because if you also have excessive fear and anxiety and preoccupation with health and disease, that can actually make it worse. Because when we are afraid and fearful and have anxiety, your body is releasing adrenaline and cortisol, and those hormones catabolize your tissue and make your diseases worse. And it's kind of a catch-22, because just hearing this probably makes you anxious and and panicked. And then a lot of people think, oh, I've got to be relaxed. I've got to be calm. I've got to be nicer and kinder and not get in arguments. But you can't will yourself out of those things. Those are a direct product of childhood traumas and how your unconscious works. And you cannot be conscious of your unconscious. That's why it's called the unconscious. And the only way that you can treat that is through purposeful, practiced trauma resolution. And so those things that he's asking are in that practice and stuff. So, so the ones you asked were about being overly seriousness, ungrateful, being a victim, and complacency. Oh, those are a lot of, I can't answer all of those at once because they're a little bit different. But the overly serious one is very important though, because being overly serious is a control mechanism that results from childhood trauma that feeds into a lot of our fears about disease and mortality and death and self-worth. And, you know, when you get these people that are like on Instagram shaming people for being fat or not working out, that's overly seriousness. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, who cares if you're fat? Really? Like, honestly, like, who cares? Some asshole, a narcissist, will say, oh, well, it's unhealthy. So what the fuck? There are a lot of unhealthy people in the world. You're probably a fucking alcoholic or drug addict. That's way unhealthier than, and I'm saying that as a former alcoholic, like that is way unhealthier than being fat. The reason that you're doing that is to, that's control and coping mechanisms trying to redirect attention from yourself to other people because you're insecure. And so when we are very overly serious about our health problems, it's because we are panicked by the idea of not being in control of life and mortality. Because we can't. You cannot. And it's an irony. It's a big irony behind a lot of my work. Like my book talks about health and how to get healthy, but ultimately, you can make good health choices and good health decisions, but ultimately we have no control over biology at all, none whatsoever, and reality. You're not going to be able to live forever. It's impossible. And if that idea panics you, that's because you have unresolved trauma and control mechanisms that you learn from your parents that teach you and delude you into this idea that you can, not only that you can, but that you also should control those things. You should control whether or not you're fat. You should control whether or not you get disease. You should control whether or not you die. It's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever experienced, and it ruins so much of my life, these ideas. We absolutely have no control over these things, really, ultimately. And taking it very seriously is one of the control mechanisms that is based on that. Because, if you can make it a big deal, if you can, oh, my health is so bad, my health was really bad too. So what the fuck? And I'm not like young anymore at all. And, I've got a lot of gray hair and I'm not ripped. And, So what the fuck? I do get way more sexual attention than I used to when I was younger. There's so many guys that want a daddy. So I like our ideas of our ideas of self worth. Very often are not correct. When I was younger, like I was really good looking when I was younger. I was a very handsome young man, very tall, and nobody would date me, and it hurt, and it made me feel so bad about myself because I'd been raised to believe that my self worth was in my physical appearance and in other people's opinion of myself. And so uh and so when nobody was attracted to me, even though I was good looking, then I was like, oh well, maybe I am not lovable, and there's no worth. I don't have any worth, and that contributed to my suicide attempt and my alcoholism and stuff like that. And especially since I was so overly serious. Like, a lot of people are in here too, like especially men. Like, a lot of men are searching for ways to be fit and lean so that they can find romantic partners and be sexually attractive. um and I understand, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be loved and wanting to have sex and be attractive and stuff like that, but the fears that motivate those things, that like we aren't attractive or we won't be, like I work with people who are absolutely gorgeous, who like who like don't think that they are, and they think that they're like gaining weight, and like oh god, like Jesus, men are so beautiful, like pretty, and like just gorgeous and alluring and intoxicating, and like women know exactly what I'm talking about. And like like I love guys that are older and bigger and not ripped. I don't like dating guys that are fit ripped. Number one, because it comes with a major ego that you have to manage. And number two, like it hurts. Like it's not really fun to have sex with somebody that's like super ripped. Like it's like having sex with a rock. I mean, not that I would know what that's like, but but like you know what I mean. So like anyway, so overly seriousness, like is this this discomfort with letting go of control, like. And that's what a lot of us are trying to do. We're trying to control our health and prevent mortality and be sexy and make people like us. But in fact, those are all control mechanisms, and they make our lives miserable and stressful and complicated. And it often motivates self-destructive behavior. For instance, like when I was younger, I would actually like just stop dating guys that were beautiful and kind because I was so unconsciously terrified of being in love with somebody that was that wonderful. If I dated somebody that was kind of a shithead, my brain thought that like then if they broke up with me, it wouldn't really be a big deal. But then I found out through my experience that you could fall in love with people that are terrible people. Because they're still human beings too, and nobody is completely without some good aspects to themselves. And so and yeah, and I got my heart broken just as much. But that's like an example of like, and dieting and stuff, like being overly serious. Like very often when people come and start working with me, they will often have behaviors and patterns that are really stressful. Like I started working with this young man once who had a really rigid regimen of supplements, and he had a set that he took in the morning, and a set he took at noon, and then another set he took like at dinner, and then another set that he took at bedtime, and had a very rigid diet. And a lot of the work that we did together was like, look, just relax. Like, it's not that important. Like, like most of these, you only need to take once a day anyway. This is what overly serious does. And it's this deep discomfort with the reality that we don't have control over life. Being unable to accept that. So what if somebody's mad at you? Like, who cares? So what if somebody doesn't like you because you're fat? So what? So what if you like fail at something? Like, so what? It just doesn't matter. There's so much innate value in who we are as people and as individuals and our efforts. You don't need to make it more than that. So Yeah. And those other ones, Jamal, kind of, and sorry, I haven't gone to these other questions, but because I do get on here and I do talk a lot about health things, and it could be easily misconstrued that I am saying that like this is how to not be diseased and this is how to live forever and be, never age. That's not true. These, like, you can't avoid these things. That's a delusion that we have because we fear mortality, death, and rejection, because those are built into our biological, psychological programming as a human animal, as a primate. And those other things, though, that you mentioned, Jamal, ungratefulness and victimhood and complacency, those come from that too, because like when we're overly serious, that's a fear of not being in control of stuff. And when we get things, we don't really appreciate them because we're still so fixated on what we can't control. So that's like when you get wealthy, like when you get a lot of money, a lot of people think that your fears of financial insecurity will be solved by getting rich. And in spite of the fact that you see fucking rich people having those same exact fears, the richest people on our planet are some of the most miserable, most unhealthy, most awful, god-awful people on the planet. Having money hasn't done shit for them. But we all still run around thinking that that's going to be the answer, because the solution to fears is not subverting the thing that you are afraid of. That doesn't work. You can't ever do that. It doesn't matter how healthy you get. There always will be a prospect of death. It doesn't matter how many romantic partners you get. There always is the prospect of being alone. It doesn't matter how much money you get. There's always the prospect of losing that money. That's not how fear gets resolved. Fear is always a result of trauma. And so you have to resolve the underlying trauma in order to get rid of those and learn how to accept reality the way that it is. Anyway, so those are fears about that fear of that we realizing that we can't control very much in life and being uncomfortable with that reality. So anyway, so Jorg, you have not seen the sun in 3 weeks. Also, you guys should know. So if any of you are doing do have my Perfect Child book and are doing psychological therapy, you can and should ask those questions here. I love talking about this stuff. A lot of people, I have cured alcoholism and hair loss and cancer. The most important work that is in my books are the psychological therapy. Make no mistake about that. Those are the most important work that everyone should be doing. A lot of people don't want to do it because it's very difficult, and that's also why it's the most important to do. So you guys can talk about that stuff here. It's great. It's the best part of my parts of my work. But Jorg, you've not seen the sun in 3 weeks. What's the best substitute for sober? Well, and I mentioned this before in a stream. There is no substitute. That's the thing. There is no substitute. I'm being hyperbolic, but like there is no substitute. You can get though bright lights to help you cope with the deficiency, but there is no substitute. And Jorg, and I've mentioned, and you've confirmed before that you're in Scandinavia where you have really bad sun exposure during the wintertime. But the upside of that is that you have really long days during the summertime. So when it is summer, you can get tons and tons and tons and tons of sun exposure. So, and we're designed as human beings to last through winter periods. While it's not fun, like you totally can, and just get like a bright light to put by your desk and sit by the window when you can, when the sun is shining through it. Don't go to tanning beds. Those are toxic and not helpful. But if you can just sit in the sun and by a window when the sun is shining through it, or get a really bright light by your desk. Those can help tide you over until you have more sun in the future. What do I think about feelings of apathy, lethargy, helplessness, inertia, being bedridden? That, Jorg, is I mean, that's a major endocrinological thing, but I know, Jorg, that you do talk about too about having gut health issues. In my upcoming book, Jorg, I'm going to be talking a lot about, not upcoming book update. I'm going to be talking about tannin and hydrogen sulfide and what else? But tannin is a really big one, and uh, tannin, you can buy like a grapeseed extract and take it with every meal. That might help a lot with your gut problems. Um, you could try using tea. I don't like tea that much. It's a bit estrogenic, and its tannins are actually some of the most powerful ones. We really want more tannins from like fruits. Um, but and your try citric acid. Try a citric acid supplement every day. Not in excess, just like what tastes good. In a big glass of water. That could help a lot. For the winter. Like I was mentioning earlier, that one of the major consequences of vitamin D and light deficiency is a lack of citric acid production in the body. So you could try supplementing it. That might help you a lot, actually. Mike, a musician loves to suck on lemons. Oh, yeah, it is actually. But that's really bad for your teeth, though. That can dissolve your tooth enamel. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to do that. And my Jorg, yeah, too, because Mike's asked about dark chocolate is now warned against due to its content of cadmium and lead. That will not be a problem in organic chocolate. That is a problem of non-organically produced chocolate that adds artificial fertilizer to soils and stuff like that, and production processes. Dark chocolate is very high in tannin, and that's one of the reasons why chocolate can help your health and taste so great, and because it also like promotes a good gut microbiome when you're using it. Jorg, yeah, you could also have a lot of chocolate. That would help too. And Mike, because I just recommend that you eat organic as much as possible. That would avoid that anyway. So yes, and cadmium, yeah, and lead is a real problem. Cadmium not so much, but it can be in a lot. So does thyroid build muscle? You never notice this. It doesn't. Thyroid doesn't directly build muscle. It just keeps your muscle from being catabolized very quickly. The way to build muscle, there's an entire chapter in my book, Mike, called Free Muscle. And it explains how to grow muscle without working out and the concepts behind it. And it basically is like when you mitigate stress and you have good endocrine function and enough protein and carbohydrate, your body just grows muscle naturally as a male. Well, as a female too, you just don't grow them big. That's that. So thyroid would not directly build muscle, but it would help prevent. But also, Mike, actually, that's really funny that you bring that up too, because part of the reason bodybuilders might take T3 is because their behavior and their strategies promote huge amounts of stress hormones. When you diet and you work out too much, your body produces massive amounts of stress hormones. And also, those methods of bodybuilding too are, oh, hey, Word, nice to see you. Those methods of bodybuilding as well also, they accomplish muscle bulk by increasing inflammation in muscle tissue. Especially when bodybuilders look really muscle bound and bulky and ungainly, that is basically just water influx into cells. You exhaust and fatigue the muscle cells so much that they take up large amounts of water, and that makes the cell grow and bulk up. But that's inflammation, and the body does not like inflammation. So your body actively also tries to literally, ironically, repair that muscle, causes you to lose bulk. And this is one of the reasons why muscle builders also will use steroids, is because taking a steroid will increase the water content in muscle cells. But your body is constantly trying to restore homeostasis. So you lose those gains very easily. So you have to maintain a constant state of stress in order to maintain that muscle that you build through those methods. And so one of the reasons they might also take T3 is that it would actually help to reduce a lot of that stress that they are causing their body. The problem is that none of this is necessary. You do not need to build muscle in these methods. I talk once in a while about the book Muscle Control by Maxick. Maxick was a famous worldwide famous bodybuilder back in the early 1900s who pioneered the muscle control discipline. And somebody a long time ago told me about this, and they messaged me and they said, hey, you might like this book a lot. And I did. Like, muscle control is so great. It works so well that I don't even do it, really. Like if you do it just once a week, it will give you muscle gains. If your diet is supported in the way that I talk about in my chapter on free muscle, you will just spontaneously grow muscle with very little physical activity. Like the only reason that bodybuilders have to go through such strenuous training regimens is because their training regimens are so stressful. That stress catabolizes muscle, and their body is constantly trying to repair the inflammation that stressful situation behaviors cause. So taking the T3 would help prevent some muscle catabolism, but it's really only being necessary because of their stressful behaviors in the first place. And you can actually build a massive amount of muscle very easily and rapidly if your diet supports low stress hormones and high anabolic hormones naturally in a natural diet. So yeah. York, you don't know about Liver King? Oh yeah, I do know. No, he doesn't. I mean, he does, but didn't you hear about Liver King, York? He got busted for he's been using steroids, because of course he does. I never once believed that he was being honest. That is fucking, you do not get muscles. Like, you can still get huge muscles naturally. Your muscle, when your body is shaped the way that the Liver King's is, where you look fucking puffy and stiff and like a walking piece of shit. I don't fucking care how much muscle you have. People look at people like the Liver King and think that just because he has muscle that he looks good. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He looks like a walking piece of poop. He looks awful. And you can tell. And it's because he's a fucking dishonest piece of crap who was lying to people to sell products. And he was using the steroids this whole time. He got outed by somebody. They leaked an email where he was like, talking about his steroid regimen with like a health practitioner, and it wasn't working for him because it doesn't, like, because steroids take a toll on your body, and over time they stop working because you're fucking killing your body. And so he was like trying to like change his steroid regimen so that he could make up for what the other steroids he was taking were doing. And it's also one of the reasons why he has no hair. And if you've ever noticed, he wears a lot of hats because he's bald on top. And one of the reasons he's bald on top is because of the excessive dietary and exercise crap that he puts his body through. The body cannot sustain that kind of abuse. And that also comes, like I was talking about earlier from Jamal's question, that is a very, very specific example of control behaviors based on fear and insecurity that cause us to behave in self-destructive ways. Like, instead of just being healthy and happy, he has to do all these really insane psycho shit and use steroids just because he's so insecure about himself. Like, who the fuck cares if you're fit? Like, get fat. It's fine. But people will hear that and they will just, I have had people like dump me and hang up on me and not want to have anything to do with me because they thought that the dietary changes I was suggesting might make them fat, and they'd rather persist with alcoholism and addiction and trauma and destructive relationships, because that's how our brain works. Like, when you have trauma is so powerful. It's how our biology is oriented. In my book on The Perfect Child, I talk about how the process of parent and child relationships is not conscious. And I don't know how to describe this in an even more effective way. Like, people don't understand. Like, it has nothing, you cannot be conscious about any aspect of parenting or being a child and learning from your parents. All of it happens, every single bit of it happens on the periphery of your unconscious observation of life and your parents. You absorb their attitudes and control and behavior mechanisms, and that teaches you what life is like from their perspective. Because if parents really had to be conscious about parenting, we would not be a species. We would not be here. Human beings would not be able to effectively parent if it was not a completely instinctual, unconscious process. And that's where a lot of like parenting books get it completely wrong. And most parenting books actually just function to make you feel better about being a shit parent, to be honest. They make you feel good about what you're already doing rather than providing helpful information. Because a lot of this hasn't really been known actually until I came along and have done my work. Um, uh, when the Liver King was a little child, he got the idea from his dad that you are only worthwhile as a man if you have a working, healthy, fit body. And the way in which he learned that lesson was so traumatizing that as an adult, he engaged in self-destructive, harmful behaviors in order to entertain that those control mechanisms that result from that trauma, and then lie to people and mislead them and cause massive harm to others. And yeah. But anyway. No, and York too, I will have to disagree with you on the libido thing. There is no way that the Liver King has functioning erections. There is no way. He takes way too many steroids for that. One of the first things to go when you take steroids is your libido, because ironically, testosterone aromatizes into estrogen in the testicles. And if you take a lot of it, it'll actually cause your testicles to shrink because of the amount of estrogen that is being produced. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why bodybuilders get big on steroids, is because of estrogen. Estrogen is a growth hormone. It causes tissues to grow. That is why it is actually part of the pregnancy process and growing a baby. And that's why people who use steroids grow big muscles. It's not because of the testosterone. It's because of the testosterone is aromatizing into estrogen. And then that promotes quantitative growth, which is achieved through influx of water into cells. And then that also destroys your libido. And also the same symptoms that, like, you know, of having hair loss. And he looks like he has ab implants as well. His abs don't contract when he moves. They just sit there, and that's very indicative of like plastic surgery, sculpting, and all of those issues come with erectile dysfunction. And the high energy is not high energy. It is instability. It is high stress hormones. High stress hormones have the purpose of motivating a human, animal, or any animal, but high stress hormones, part of their purpose, when you wake up in the morning and you're raring to go, like really early in the morning, and you're so raring to go, and you just got to get out of bed and do something. Stress hormones motivate action because the body responds to stress and the lack of nutrients by making you feel irritated so that you can't sit still. So you got to go out and do something, and go out and find food, you know, go out and forage, go out and hunt. That's what high stress hormones do. So people with high stress hormones are bouncing around like little Energizer bunnies, and they can't sit still, and they've got to be doing stuff all the time. That is not high energy. That's high stress hormones, because stress hormones motivate that. When you have high energy, you're actually very relaxed, like me. When you have high energy, like, things don't really bother you. You don't have to do a lot. You can enjoy yourself. You can actually sit. You can just sit and enjoy yourself. But people with high stress hormones can't do that. People with high stress hormones have to constantly be doing something. They've got to be on their phone all the time. They've got to be browsing social media. They've got to be working out. They've got to be fixating on problems that are happening in their life. That's not high energy. That's low energy. That's high stress hormones. And when you work out and abuse your body the way that the Liver King did, that creates massive amounts of stress hormones, and that cuts off blood supply to your scalp, so you go bald, and it cuts off blood supply to your libido, so you go limp. And you end up looking the way that he does because you abuse your body. So yeah, anyway, that's just a people see what they want to see. You want to see that the Liver King is someone who is healthy. If you objectively look at him, he is not healthy. It doesn't matter how much muscle he has. He looks like a piece of shit, and it's partly because he is a piece of shit. So I don't mean to be so harsh. I don't like being harsh to people, but like, people like him cause millions of people to abuse their bodies and get the health problems like what I had to go through as a kid, because people like him told people like my dad and mom things that were completely untrue that I then learned that caused me to nearly die from first from suicide and then from health problems. So like, it's very destructive, and it's not how biology works at all. And that's why people who do it and try it, and like one of the reasons the Liver King looks the way that he does when he has a lifestyle the way that he does is because he's fucking rich. He can afford massive amounts of steroids and plastic surgery and medical attention from very prominent, very capable doctors. It's not because he eats meat and organs. That's fucking bullshit. It's total bullshit. And there are a lot of like there are even like vegan bodybuilders out there who are all natural, who look way better than him, and they don't eat any meat and organs and stuff like that. Veganism isn't great, but a lot of those people supplement a vegan diet with extra plant protein and B vitamins and stuff like that, and they know what they're doing, because veganism also is not very good. Also, I was telling somebody about this the other day, that like the streptomyces that I talk about in my book, one of the reasons they colonize our gut is because they feed on cellulose and plant material. And one of the reasons that going on a carnivore or meat eating diet makes you feel good is because you temporarily suppress those streptomyces. But streptomyces are sporulating, so you can't get rid of them by just eating meat. And so the next time that you have a hamburger with a bun on it, because those are fucking amazing, that your streptomyces will come back to life. And I think that I haven't found out yet the cure to completely evicting them, but I think it has something to do with the acid and pH content of your gut. And because a lot of streptomyces in nature, they consume decaying plant matter in the soil. So that's exactly how, and no doctors and no scientists also know that streptomyces colonize the gut. That's my research. Like, I've discovered that by reading there are studies that show that it happens, and that streptomyces are found in feces of cattle and sheep. There's no reason to believe that they're not in our guts. And I discovered that streptomyces are the cause of autism and diabetes, depending on the type. And like, yes, that is from plant matter, but that's all, but it's not really, it's not from plant matter. They are on plants. But the reason that we get infected is because our natural gut regulating mechanisms begin to fail, and it causes autism because that fails at an earlier age. Everyone at some point in their lives does become colonized by streptomyces, and their interference in B vitamin function is part of the etiology of aging and metabolic disease. It's just that in most people, that colonization does not occur until the body is already fully developed. In autism, that actually happens while people are still developing. So then the interference with the B vitamins interferes with a lot of physiological development. But everyone with autism also presents with severe gut dysbiosis and severely malodorous fecal bacteria matter, and insomnia. And a lot of parents anecdotally also demonstrate and show and have learned through trial and error that supplementing B vitamins with autistic children greatly alleviates a lot of their symptoms. And people with autism too sometimes get offended when I talk about the cure to autism as if it's a personal attack. You're not like, no, there's nothing wrong with autism. We're not talking about who you are as a person. I'm talking about curing your constant stomach aches and your diarrhea that's uncontrollable, and the smell of of fecal matter, and the depression that occurs in young adults and adult people with autism because of the excessive stress hormones that are caused by the gut dysbiosis that's also causing. So there's there are problems with all kinds of diets, and the problem is that people will like get a benefit from trying a diet, and they'll feel better, and they'll go like, oh, that was it, and then that's what I got to do, and then they'll stick to that diet like really hardcore, and then they'll get other nutrient deficiencies, and then over time that one won't work because they cause themselves to have other deficiencies. And a lot of the solution to health issues is to be rational and calm and just don't be so stressed out. But this goes back into control mechanisms, because we're all, and I am just really rambling like ADHD here, but like, hey Jarvis, a lot of our health problems that we cause by trying to be healthy come from these control mechanisms, where we are trying to wrestle life and our body into doing what we think we're supposed to make it do and that we can do. And the problem is that you actually can't do any of that. And so then you get to be like somebody like the Liver King and doing all that bullshit, when first of all, it's not even necessary. It's completely derived from childhood trauma and insecurity, and that's not how biology works at all. So wow, I probably spent more time on that than I did parts of thyroid disease. If somebody had a history of binge eating and then severe bulimia and have heart pain and stabbing pain in the left side of their abdomen and the back of the left knee, what could be the cause? That's quite. Do you mean yourself still, York? I know. I'm sorry. You seem to have a lot of health problems. I feel bad for you. Or maybe you didn't have those. Maybe you are talking about somebody else. Heart pain and stabbing pain in the side of the abdomen are gastrointestinal. It's not heart pain. You can't feel heart pain. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people who have heart attacks don't understand what's going on. When you have a heart attack, you basically feel really, really weak and breathless for like acutely for a few days, like as if your blood is not moving around your body, because that's what's happened. You've had a heart attack and your heart is not pumping right, and so the blood is not getting around your body, so you'll get really pale and really weak, and you don't feel like a stabbing pain. When you feel stabbing pains in your abdomen, it's gastrointestinal. It's very often acid reflux and weak. So specifically with eating disorders like that, with bulimia, let me tell you, there is nothing wrong with binge eating. People talk about binge eating and they use the word binge as if it's bad. It's not. When you eat a lot of food, it's in response to having been starving yourself and not eating very much in the first place. The problem is the undereating, not the overeating. There's no such thing as overeating. You cannot overeat. People who are overeating are usually doing it in response to previously undereating and dieting, and you can only take that for so long. There are other cases in like severe obesity where people do eat a lot of food, and that is just caused by severe gut dysbiosis, and which is resolved by all the things I talk about in my book. Bulimia is harmful behavior, and again, all these things that we do to our bodies are control mechanisms where we have gotten an incorrect idea about what it means to be attractive and healthy, and we're told that we have to be sexy and lean, otherwise people won't like us, and those are not the people that you want liking you anyway in the first place. And who the fuck cares if you're alone? Like, be alone. If the only people that you can find in your life are people who want you to be skinny, live by yourself. Don't have anything to do with them. You will be way happier being alone and happy than living with people that are shallow and stupid like that. But bulimia, yes, bulimia can cause issues like that because of the act of vomiting a lot, and undereating causes you to rapidly lose electrolytes, and then your esophageal sphincter and the one that's at the top of your stomach. Wait, are they both? Because there's like two in your esophagus, right? There's one at the top of your throat and one at the bottom of your throat. They stop working very well because of electrolyte imbalances. And you can have other electrolyte imbalances too, from chronic gut dysbiosis as well. But undereating and purging and any kind of dieting behavior can rapidly cause you to lose electrolytes, and so then your sphincter muscles don't work. So then acid and stomach contents can enter your esophagus very easily, and then that can cause pain because of like erosion to those tissues and stuff like that. So it can be stuff like that. And then pain in like the mid abdomen tends to be like kidney stones, which again I talked about, are like citric acid not dietary citric acid deficiency, although you can use it, but endogenous production of citric acid deficiency, which is caused in turn by sunlight deficiency and vitamin D deficiency. But if you're not eating enough food, then you're not making vitamin D, because you need to have your body needs to be able to make cholesterol because the precursor to vitamin D is cholesterol. So you need to be making enough cholesterol in the first place from food sources in order to have vitamin D and good circulation to your skin, which involves anthocyanin and mostly anthocyanin actually. Excuse me, but also sun exposure and but the back of the left knee, I don't know, that's probably like calcification too, maybe. Yeah, that would make sense. Like if when you start to get really bad calcification issues, you start to get joint pains, and that also causes kidney stones, and that's all due to undereating and not getting enough sunlight, stuff like that. So statins, oh funny, Mike, because I've never really done research into statins. Aren't they supposed to lower cholesterol? I really don't know much about them. I've just never done that. I've never taken them. Um, those ideas of lowering cholesterol are based on the idea that cholesterol is bad, and that is just such a fucking fundamental misunderstanding of how biology works. Like I just mentioned, like steroids and vitamin D are all made out of cholesterol. so if you don't have enough, if you don't, and then when you have excess cholesterol, it's caused by underuse of cholesterol by your body, and also because your body makes more cholesterol when it's under stress. So taking like cholesterol lowering medications is so absurd. Like, it's just the dumbest thing to do. You need to address why your body is not able to use the cholesterol and why it is not why it is making excess. And that's from stressful dietary behaviors, inappropriate foods, stressful lifestyles, not enough sunshine, not enough vitamin C, you know, all these things that I talk about in my book and in my work in general. And yeah, I mean, you know, and I talk about this too. The pharmaceutical industry has absolutely no interest in you being well. The pharmaceutical industry's only goal is to make money off of your health problems. They don't give a fuck if their medicines make you better or not. In fact, actually, they do. That was completely wrong. They purposely do not want their medicines to make you better, because the longer you're sick, the more money you give them. That's how it works. They do not care. Any information that you get from the pharmaceutical industry about any disease is usually completely wrong. There's a few exceptions to that. There are some people, they're very, very rare. There are some people who do, like the guy that invented insulin. He sold it to, I think it was Penn State, for $1, because he wanted people to have access to insulin. But now the pharmaceutical companies, there's 3 people that control a monopoly, and Joe Biden and the rest of the Democrats and fucking Republicans won't do anything to rein in the pharmaceutical industry. So they're charging like $1,000 a month for a prescription of insulin that the guy who made it sold it for just a fucking $1. You know? So when you hear information about pharmaceuticals, it's usually completely wrong. It's usually based on siphoning money from your bank account and profiting off your health problems rather than making you better. So yeah, that's my opinion on statins. Hey, word. Does anything specifically help with difficulty seeing in low light, like rainy weather or driving night? You know, I don't know specifically. And I've had instances, I've been trying to figure this out, because I have had, generally as an older person at 42, my night vision is not, I know that it's not great, because I mean, it's good. It's still great. Like, I don't even need glasses to drive ever. Like, my eyesight is awesome. But I have had points in my recovery over the last 8 years where there was a period of time where my night vision was like amazing. Like, I could see in like the lowest light. It was fucking, it was so cool. Because I remember it happening, because I was like, what is going on? Like, I don't, like, wow, like, I didn't know I could see this kind of stuff. I thought that like night was just like dark. It was really, really wild. But I don't know what did that though yet. I haven't gotten that far in my work. Yeah, people will talk about nutrients being particular for like night vision, but it's just, that's not how it works. Like, there's a lot of pathogenic interference in certain things like that it doesn't really matter what nutrients you have. Pathogens will be blocking an issue. And I think when I had that vision, it was before I self-infected with these oral bacteria in order to study them. So I think it might have, you know, a lot to do with that. You know, those bacteria they feed on collagenous amino acids, so like glycine and I forget what else they feed on, but glycine is one of the big ones actually. And so and also they feed on methionine and cysteine and produce hydrogen sulfide, and it could actually maybe be like the production of hydrogen sulfide binds to some metal that's involved in eyesight, probably. So it's some obscure pathogenic pathway that would be involved in there. But I don't know about it yet. So on dark chocolate, if you read correctly, organic also had high lead because beans were exposed after harvesting while they were drying. Really? Well, that'd be interesting. I mean, I don't know how they would be exposed to lead. Like, chocolate is fermented in bins. Like, could the bin have been exposed to lead? Yeah, I mean, you know, anything high in lead would be bad. And like I mentioned too, organic is very often misleading and deceitful. I was talking to somebody who works in the food industry, and there was a couple of years ago, there was Turkey flooded the market with fake organic grain. And a lot of the grain being imported into the United States is not organic, but it's labeled organic because of deceitful business people and governments that, like in like Turkey, that allowed their businesses to get away with that kind of stuff. And it's not actually. And then so the animals are being fed, and in the United States that are labeled organic are actually being fed inorganic feed. Inorganic isn't the right term because that means that's a chemistry term of organic, but non-organic. They're actually being fed non-organic feed, even though they're being labeled. That's not as big a deal with animals though, because like animal bodies filter out a lot of those toxins with their liver, and things like that. So, animal products are not as important to be organic, but and then a lot of the things that are grown locally that are organic very often are. And you can also you can investigate the farms and people that you get your food from and try to buy locally. And it's much more important to have organic potatoes, grains, and certain fruits like strawberries and stuff, and greens. Those are much more important to be organic. Because they retain herbicides and pesticides, whereas animal bodies filter them out. So, but they can still, and it can still be a problem though, and bad. Sometimes companies that aren't interested in organic don't have good practices anyway. So it's more about their attitude and practices and standards rather than whether or not it's organic. Because even people that make organic food can produce bad products. One of the prime examples of that is most chocolate contains soy lecithin, which is really harmful. Soy lecithin is very directly deleterious to human cells, because lecithin is incorporated into cellular organelles very directly. So when that comes from soy, it basically is delivering soy like phytoestrogens, like basically directly into your polyunsaturated fats into your cells. And most organic chocolate products use soy lecithin as well. So yeah, that's sad and unfortunate, but I haven't looked into it though. So also, I'm not going to stop eating chocolate. I don't care if I get lead poisoning. Is sodium, potassium, and magnesium a factor that impacts fatigue? Yes, very much. Actually, well, so I talk about in my gut health chapter though, actually how how potassium deficiency impairs digestion, and then in my chapter on vascular insufficiency, how sodium and potassium dysregulation causes vascular disease. And sodium drives a lot of metabolic pathways that make energy. They're not a major factor in fatigue, but they are that is also caused by fatigue. So a lot of people don't realize that we need very large amounts of potassium daily, like at least 5 grams of potassium. And for illustrated purposes, a cup of flour, like bread flour, grain, wheat, only contains about 50 milligrams of potassium, strangely. And a cup of sweet potato contains 600 milligrams of potassium. And beans contain, 1 cup of beans contains around 2 grams of potassium. So if your diet is only meat and grains, like you daily have a potassium deficiency. And our body cannot retain sodium without potassium. But also just taking a potassium supplement can be dangerous, because if you exceed the potassium to sodium ratio, it can actually stop your heart. But a supplement that can be helpful is potassium citrate, because it is more likely to be taken up. So the way that happens is that you would have high circulating potassium, and that would stop your heart because your cells are not able to take it up. And then that inhibits the function of sodium, which is supposed to be extracellular mostly, until it enters the cell to activate pathways. And potassium citrate is the most likely potassium supplement to promote intracellular uptake to potassium, which is the safest. So that can help accentuate potassium deficiencies, but you need to be eating foods that are high in potassium every single day. So yeah. Jamal, what do I think differentiates humans from animals? If you think that the ability to act in spite of feelings. You know, that question assumes a lot of truths about life that are not true. And I do not think that there is anything that differentiates humans from animals except for our technology. For a long period in human history, we considered animals to be without souls and emotions and relationships and things like that, and it's just not how biology works. Like we are not more special than animals. That is a lie that we tell ourselves to make ourselves feel better about exploiting the natural world. And I'm not advocating for veganism. I love meat. I made a chicken pot pie yesterday. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh my god. I don't think there's anything better in the world than chicken pot pie. Cookies might be better than chicken pot pie, but it's a close toss-up. If you give me the choice between chicken pot pie and pizza, I will be, or turkey pot pie. Oh, actually, sorry. There is one better thing than chicken pot pie, and it's turkey pot pie. One of the things about being a predator is that killing another animal for sustenance is supposed to make you appreciative of the other animals. And a lot of us feel guilty about that, especially because death and murder and stuff is really violent and awful. But the answer to that is not making up excuses for dominating other species. It's to have reverence for the fact that we have to subsist on them. You know, wild animals demonstrate this all the time, responsible predation and consumption. I was watching a little, if any of you don't know, Animal Logic on YouTube. It's such a great channel. Actually, it's not just her now. There's like 3 different hosts on her channel. There's a piece on anteaters. And anteaters, and oh my god, the cutest baby animal in the entire world is a baby anteater. Oh my god. I about died. Anteaters, when they come to a termite mound to feast on the termites, they don't eat at the nest until all the termites are gone. They only eat for about 2 minutes on a mound, and then they move on to the next one. And it's because they instinctually understand that if they eat all the termites, there won't be any more termites. But for some reason, humans have never learned this lesson. Actually, that's not really true. Okay, so the reason that we no longer have amazing megafauna, well, I mean, we do. Sorry, that was badly stated. We do have amazing megafauna on the planet still. There are like, and also this is really funny too, actually. So, because you know, the movie Avatar just came out, right? And the movie Avatar has these amazing animals and such incredible CG. I haven't seen the new one though, but after the first one came out, people were literally reporting like depression from having seen that movie because they can't visit Pandora. And they don't think that our world is as amazing. And that is just so ignorant. Like, do you know have you ever seen an elephant? Like, it is the fucking coolest animal. It's got these giant tusks for no good goddamn reason. They just come out of the nose, and it's got a long nose. Like, what the fuck was evolution thinking with like making a nose that long? Like, how the fuck did that even happen? There are such amazing megafauna. Rhinoceroses are just so cool, and we're just like killing all these animals. But honestly, also too, actually, so in animal conservation, the attitude toward poaching is oftentimes very racist. One of the reasons that a lot of people are poaching those endangered species is because they can't earn a respectable living where they live because of European-centric white colonization and exploitation of their communities. So a lot of impoverished nations in Africa have their resources plundered by Western nations, and then they don't earn, because there's fucking so much oil in Africa, and there are places in Africa where oil companies are earning billions of dollars out of the oil revenue, and yet the population of those countries are completely impoverished. And, you know, this all began with the British conquests of the world and the British Empire. And so this has hundreds and hundreds of years of history and development. And so and then also, like, one of the sources of poaching pressure is from China and traditional Chinese medicine, and that's, a whole bunch of bull honky too. And and having more effective approaches to health and more accessible health remedies, like my work accomplishes, would get rid of stupid folk medicine that doesn't work, like that a lot of, like, things that fuels like that kind of thing um does, because there's no nutritional benefit to rhino horn or elephant tusk. I mean, they don't use that elephant tusk, but like tiger parts are used in, like, in a lot of folk medicine, and that doesn't fucking have any properties. Um, there are way more health benefits from taking vitamin C than anything you could get from an animal. But anyway, uh, uh, there used to be way more incredible megafauna on the planet. Giant sloths and mammoths and uh, um, oh, I can't remember the exact names, but, like, like the woolly rhinoceros. Um, there were also species of enormous armadillo that were as big as cars, in South America. And the reason they are gone is because we, as human beings, when we spread across the planet, we did so by consuming large animals. So you have large populations of human beings migrating. The only food that they can really eat when they do that are animals. But a lot of us think of ourselves as like paleo people, like fucking insane liver king guy, want to think of ourselves as these brave, warrior hunter human beings who hunted down giant mastodons. No, we didn't hunt down the full-grown mastodons, you fucking idiot. We hunted down the babies. Like, that's why they're no longer any mastodons, because we ate their babies. You're not going to hunt down a giant mastodon that's ridden with parasites and it's so huge that it can trample an entire village. You're going to hunt down the tiny baby that can't run very fast but can still feed an entire village, because their babies are fucking huge. So butchering a baby, we did kill the adults occasionally, but the reason they don't exist anymore is because we killed the babies. And the only population in the history of humanity that seems to have learned that lesson of resource depletion were the Native Americans living here in North America before the European colonists came and committed genocide against them, because they had a tradition of nature conservation. And it probably resulted from them also losing mammoths and mastodons as a food source, which we did too, in our ancestors in Europe did as well. The last population of mammoths actually was still alive in Europe, or in the world. It wasn't Europe, it was in Asia, in the world. 4,000 years ago, at the time that the pyramids were being built, there were still mammoths on the earth, but the only population that was left by then was on a small island off the coast of Russia. And the reason that they survived was because there were no fucking humans there to hunt them, because they were on a little island unknown to humanity. And they ended up dying off, though, too, because of inbreeding on that island, because it was a very small island. But anyway, this idea that there is any difference between us and animals has always been human narcissism and egotism trying to justify our exploitation of the natural world instead of having respect for it. It's one of the things that really makes me angry about science, is that a lot of science has been done and experimented on helpless animals. And I cringe, even though I have benefited from the work, I cringe every single time I read a study on the torture and abuse of animals in scientific study, because it's also not necessary. When you as a scientist are torturing animals and experimenting on live animals, you're not a good scientist, and that's why you're doing it. Good scientists can do experimentations on tissue cultures and through other methods that are not going to kill animals. Famously, recently it came out that Dr. Oz murdered a lot of beagles in really dumb scientific research projects in his career. And one of the reasons that scientists do that is because they get a grant or a stipend, or I'm not a stipend, they get like a grant or some funding, and they have to use it, or else it will be used on something else. So then they'll engineer some really dumb, fucking awful science experiment just to spend the money and kill animals in the process because they have no regard for the creature that they're tormenting. Part of my research behind the biology and etiology behind alcoholism and addiction involved the purposeful torture of dogs and rats, because they noticed that during torture, and I'm literally talking about torture, I'm talking about restraining animals, like them not being able to move or escape, drowning them over and over again. They noticed that animals that were not allowed to escape got this disease called learned hopelessness, and Ray talks about it in his work too. And it was how I connected alcoholism and addiction with that condition of learned hopelessness, and then learned how to use how to address neurological chemicals that are involved in that process in the curing of those diseases. But that didn't need to happen in the first place. Like, you can design studies that don't torture and kill animals, that don't even use them. You can still study human beings and other animals, and a lot of these, the way that these are set up are because scientists are not very good at what they do. A lot of people think, especially liberals are the worst. Liberals think that all scientists are really smart. No, you know what? Most scientists are fucking stupid. That's why we don't have cures for diseases, because they're no smarter than the rest of us. We're all really dumb as creatures, and we've made scientific advancement on the backs of many generations of human beings who have all contributed to scientific discovery. But people who brute force experiments by tormenting and killing animals are doing that because they're not smart enough to find another way, and they just have no respect for animal life, and then they just exploit it. So anyway, sorry, this was really opportunistic that you asked this, Jamal, because like I've been wanting to talk about this for a while, which is why I'm going on talking about it. But anyway, so part of this human-centric idea about nature and is because it's religious contamination of biology, and it's prevented us from making scientific advancements. We could have had cures for every modern disease and technological advancements 2,000 years ago. Romans and Greeks were building machines, and they were on the precipice of an industrial revolution. And as soon as major religions came along, like Christianity, it subverted all of the purpose of those institutions, and we got plunged into the Dark Ages. And humanity became nothing except religious centric, and for the next 2,000 years. And because of that, we had mass disease, the plague, tuberculosis, because nobody was studying those things, because we thought that we were superior human beings, that God appointed divinely here to the planet as an excuse to deal with the guilt of exploiting natural resources and killing animals for consumption. And like I mentioned earlier, like the point, like the way to handle the idea of being a predator and eating other animals for sustenance is not to inflate your ego with delusions of grandeur and God being concerned with us as a species, but in respecting and appreciating the animals, and the fact that we have to do that for our sustenance, having reverence for it. And a lot of scientific research also has like tormenting another animal. Tormenting an animal is a psychopathic behavior. It requires a loss of humanity and empathy, and a lot of people try to deal with that by claiming that animals don't have feelings. And I've never heard of something so fucking unscientific, because feelings are not special. Feelings are hormones, and they have a biological purpose, which is to instinctually drive and guide the behavior of an animal, including human animals. So wow, this stream started on thyroid, and now it's really philosophical. But a lot of my work is philosophical, and I don't often get to talk about it in streams. But this is very important, because we as human beings have been responsible for the complete obliteration of a lot of life forms on this planet, even ones that were really recent. Like, I bet a lot of you don't know that there used to be a species of manatee or dugong that lived in the Aleutian Island chains in Alaska that were fucking enormous. They were bigger than cattle. They were like as big as school buses. And they were still on the planet until the 1700s, I think it was. They were overfished by, again, European sailors and adventurers, and they slaughtered all of those. And that animal was on the planet just no more than 400 years ago. We have been responsible for the complete obliteration of so many amazing and incredible species on this planet, and that has been because of our this idea, like trying to compensate for our insecurity and guilt and shame. We in turn denigrate the other species that we share this planet with, and are so important for our own survival. There's a big cycle in the oceans where whales eat plankton, and then the poop that they poop out helps grow more plankton. And and we slaughtered whales to extinction, and even still to this day, Japan slaughters hundreds of whales every year, and they do it just because they can. They don't need to. Not people in Japan don't really consume whale as a staple. It's often sold in stores extremely cheap and goes to waste. It is not a primary method of sustenance. And the thing is we can't farm whales. There are 8 billion people on the planet. Like, consuming wild animals is so destructive and wanton. I have family members who are hunters, and they do it under this excuse that they want to teach their children how to be self-sufficient. But like, wild animals have to deal with cold and starvation and predators, and you're gonna go fucking off one of them with a rifle? Like, fuck you. Like, go eat a cow instead. Cows we raise on farm. I mean, there's a lot of abuse in the animal industry as well. But California was really good about this recently. They passed a lot of really good reforms for the agricultural industry. Animals need to be treated with respect, and not just from an altruistic point of view. When animals are confined in really tight cages, they grow with really stress hormones, and they have poor nutritive quality, and their meat tastes fucking awful. It's just, from our own enjoyment viewpoint, animals need to be treated with respect so that they grow good quality food for us to eat. And on top of that, is morally right to treat an animal that you're going to slaughter with respect and kindness and humanity and mercy. And chicken eggs, chickens that are fed marigolds, like, chickens love marigolds. They get such a joy out of it. And then their eggs are really rich in carotene because of it. And you get really, really nutritive eggs out of that. Eggs basically should not be factory farmed. Eggs that are factory farmed are so devoid of nutrients. Chickens need to be free ranging. Cattle and a lot of other livestock suffer from widespread parasitic infection and microbial infection that impairs their meat quality, and have to be treated with unrestrained, widespread antibiotic use. And that has in turn created disease-resistant microbes that are now infecting us and causing us to have metabolic disease. But cattle and a lot of cattlemen and ranchers think that cows are supposed to live on grassland. They're not. Cows come from aurochs, which evolved and lived in mostly woodland, in trees, in forests. In forest settings, cattle are able to forage on twigs and leaves that are high in tannin content, and that tannin protects their gastrointestinal system from parasitic and microbial colonization, and that makes their meat quality better. But when you confine them to feedlots and barren grasslands where they can't get those kinds of foods, they are highly susceptible to parasites and microbes, and then you got to buy antibiotics to treat those organisms. It's just fucking absurd. Humans, we are so dumb and stupid, and we've completely destroyed our planet, and we might all die in 100 years if it keeps heating up the way that it is. I mean, you can't believe the amount of floods that California had this year after having record drought. I mean, it's just insane. I enjoyed it in Utah because we had a really great winter, but like, the idea that the idea that animals are different from us, like animals have emotions. Like emotions are not special. The function of emotions are they're facilitated by hormones, and the function is to facilitate the life of the organism that has those that experiences those emotions. Many animals love their children just as much as we do. And when their children die, they experience immense amounts of stress from it. And this is not the anthropomorphization of animals either. This is just how biology works. We are an animal, and thinking that we are not an animal is really just humanity's way of trying to deal with insecurity and guilt and at our unsustainable and exploitative behavior of the natural world, which on top of it isn't even necessary and is also just self-destructive. We can live in an environment where we make lots of money from agriculture, where we have really good food, and animals are also treated with kindness and dignity, and we don't deplete the natural environment and slaughter animals for recreation. Anyway, wow, this is a really long Friday night. Sorry. I hope that answer wasn't offensive to anyone, but but it is a really serious issue, and I am most angry about it because it has had severe consequences on my own personal health. Have any of you here in the chat ever had heirloom pork? I cannot describe to you the deliciousness that is heirloom pork. It is one of the best things that is on the planet. It is so good, and it explains why we eat pigs in the first place. But the way that pigs are mass factory farmed, and the pigs that were bred to survive in those factory farms, their meat is rubbery and flavorless and it's fucking gross. I mean, bacon can still be pretty good, even from those animals. But it's also really devoid of nutrients. And, a lot of you know that Ray Pete has talked about this, that pigs used to be fed diets that were more forage-based, where they would they'd be fed scraps. Pigs were mostly fed on family farms. So they were fed, excuse me, they were fed scraps and allowed to forage. And when pigs are allowed to grow in a forage area, they dig in the dirt and they eat roots, and then they eat nuts and probably bugs even. Like, I don't know, but for sure, but they probably do, because pigs will just eat anything. So when pigs are allowed to feed like that, the way their bodies grow and the meat that they produce it's phenomenal. It is so delicious. But when you take a pig and you shove it in a pen and it's not even allowed to turn around, like the way that pigs are grown in agriculture is horrifying. They're literally constrained to cages that they cannot even turn around in, and they spend their entire life in that position. And they're fed grain, and their bodies absorb. But okay, so first of all, the diet is not healthy for them, so their meat is not great. And their fat is even worse because pigs are not ruminants, and they don't have bacteria that process their dietary substrates that they eat. And so pigs' bodies will just absorb whatever they eat. And if a pig is fed soy and corn as a food source, their fat is pretty much nothing but soy fat and corn fat. And all fat, pretty much tastes good, but it's much lower quality. And wild, so I've had wild boar before too, Mike. But wild boar is a little bit gamey. So I don't know about it. And I don't know that wild boar is actually wild boar. I think wild boar that you kind of generally buy at a store is still farmed even though it says wild boar, it's like, I don't know, it's like hybrid. It's not real like wild boar like you see in, and but anyway, but there are wild boar roaming all over California. Actually, they imported boar from Europe and they crossbred with pigs that got loose, and there's like hybrid monster boar pigs roaming California everywhere. But and the reason, because the reason is that wild boar is very often infected with trichinosis. And so it's actually really dangerous to eat real wild boar. Um, but yeah, heirloom pigs though, heirloom pork is just phenomenal. But it's so fucking expensive, and I can't afford it. Um, and uh, yeah. But yeah. But I like, but I because like this is not an altruism thing. I mean, I do have empathy for animals, but like, but I like good food too, and I want to eat good food, and I don't get to because of our fucking exploitative industrial systems that make the food that we buy. It's so fucking gross. I mean, I don't even know why they have to do it like this. Like, I would spend more money for better meat, you know? Like, I don't have a problem with that. If we have to live under capitalism and have these systems, they just do it because they're stupid. Like, they're just fucking idiots. Like, I mean, there are strawberries that are made in Japan that are like $20 a strawberry because the strawberries are farmed with care and they're really excellent. But we don't even have that option here in the U.S. Like, nobody makes any of this shit. And there's a couple. I'm being hyperbolic again. There are a couple. You know, there are a lot of little like independent places where you can get well raised animals. Hey, care. Um, but uh but it is just so few and far between, and like there's just no reason for it either. Like, we can raise, like, when you raise pigs and cattle on forested land that's has knowledgeable regenerative factors in it. You know, they're cleaner, their poop gets uh metabolized by the microbiome and bugs, and the bugs feed the birds, and then the poop also grows new plants. And like, there's just no reason to do factory farming. It's just so dumb. Like, it's not even necessary. um yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, anyway, so animals are special though. They should be treated with care, even the ones that we eat. uh, you know, like a tiger doesn't need to justify being a tiger. Like, a tiger just eats other animals, but they don't overeat animals. They only eat what they need. You know, they're not out there farming. I mean, they can't, because, you know, they don't have the tools. But they're not out there. They're not out there like, you know, wantonly, you know, wiping out entire species. You know, just because they can. And trust me, tigers could. Um, uh, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, but sorry, but the thing is that like, you know, like, I don't think it's possible for human beings to be completely vegan. I do think it comes with health side effects. For instance, like, you know, I talk about how like B12 is one of our most important nutrients, and one of the ways, and our gut microbiome does make it, but not in enough that can sustain health. And one of the entire reasons that we were insectivores and carnivores through our history is because those are our traditional sources of B12. But B12 is made originally from bacteria. The reason we get it from meat is because the animals that we eat have stomachs that ferment food and thus produce B12 before it's in their primary stomachs. Ours happens afterward, and we don't absorb it that much. And so we other animals that deal with this issue practice, I think it's called coprophagia, where they eat their own poop. And and I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon. And so but because B12 is made by bacteria, you can do ingenious strategies like inoculating bread, for instance, with Propionine bacterium, which are the bacterium that are made to use to make Swiss cheese. They are prolific producers of B12, and B12 or Propionibacterium inoculated bread tastes really good too. on top of that. It's so good. So like you can have ingenious ways, and also one of the things too is as I've become more healthy, my desire for meat has declined. Like I do crave vegetables and fruit way more often, and so I'll eat meat probably once a week. Whereas when I was growing up, we ate meat for like 3 meals a day, or like bacon with breakfast, turkey and chicken for lunch and sandwiches, and then steak or roast with dinner. And the thing is too is that as a human being, you only really crave meat that much when you don't have a healthy microbiome in the first place, because plant matter is healthier for us to consume. It has better types of amino acids and ratios of amino acids in plant matter. But plant matter is very difficult for our body to break down. So when you don't have a good gut microbiome, you automatically crave foods that are easier to digest, like meat and dairy and starches. I mean, refined starches and stuff like that. But when you restore a healthy gut microbiome, which, by the way, you don't do by adopting restrictive diets where you only eat roughage, the best way to restore your gut microbiome is actually just to eat copious amounts of sugar. Our commensal microbiome loves sugar. So if you eat lots of fruit and sweet stuff during the day, healthy, well-made sweets, like that's the best way actually to restore your gut health. And when you do that, you actually start to naturally crave plants more. I went through a period where I could not get enough collard greens. I would have just as intensive cravings for collard greens as I had ever had for steak. And it's because I had restored my gut microbiome, and that allowed my body to be able to break down those plant materials. And those are better, high quality foods. They have much denser nutrition. Somebody once got mad at me for posting a recipe of spinach on my website, and they said that, it was way too high in iron. But this person was fucking stupid. Like, liver has way more iron than spinach, and it has a much higher amount of bioavailable iron. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't know about my work, iron excess is a big problem in metabolic disease. So you do not want to be eating excess iron. Iron in liver is way more bioavailable than the type of iron that's in spinach. The type of iron that is mostly in meat is heme iron, which is almost 100% bioavailable. The type of iron in plants is non-heme iron, and it is not mostly available at all. I don't know what the rate is, but it's not even 50%. And so when you eat spinach, you're getting a huge amount of vitamin K, lots of calcium, potassium, magnesium, and even though it does have high iron, you're not absorbing most of it. Whereas if you have liver, you are getting a lot of those nutrients, but you're also getting an enormous, probably overdose of iron and copper even. And that's why liver tastes metallic when you taste it. That's why it doesn't taste very good. Your tongue is warning you that this is way too much iron to be eating at any one moment. And one of the reasons that we have that alarm system in our physiology is because pathogenic bacteria are even more dependent on iron for their physiology than we are in our physiology. So when you eat a food source or supplement that's very high in iron, it very rapidly promotes the proliferation of pathogens in your gut. And that is what causes, I did a whole stream on stomach aches that's up on here. One of the major causes of stomach aches is providing iron fortified foods because the iron fortification is basically just adding iron shavings to food. It's not special. You're just adding a whole bunch of iron, and then so all of these pathogens in your gut just explode in population and produce lots of harmful metabolites that destroy your gut. So, but anyway, I forgot why I was rambling to that. I was talking about animals. But that's why I get really angry about our state of agriculture and our treatment of animals and stuff, is because my food just fucking tastes awful. And I want to have good, high quality food so that I can be healthy. And I also want to treat animals with respect. And, if this stream ever, this kind of information that I talk about ever makes much of an impact and has much of a reach. I want scientists to know that what they are doing is wrong. It's not only wrong, but it's also not effective. Like, it's not productive to torment animals and experiment on animals in much of the way that they do. Tissue cultures are way more effective and efficient and specific. When you like I can't tell you how many stupid studies I find where I see the scientists setting up the study and there are glaring errors and deficiencies in it, things that you can't control for because they are using live animals. Using tissue cultures and computer simulations and mathematical and chemical. Like, one of the reasons that a lot of scientists use animals is because they do not understand chemistry properly. If you understand how, like, for instance, iron participates in redox actions, you can infer a lot of information from normal medical phenomena and ethical human studies, and even your own personal experience. I mean, that's how I have arrived at a lot of my information, is that I just understand a lot of biology and chemistry intuitively, such that I know when I'm reading something, what it's doing in my body and in other people's bodies, because I understand what it really is doing. If you are a scientist who thinks that serotonin is the cure for depression, you are fucking stupid and you do not understand anything about human biology. And you probably shouldn't even be working in your field. Serotonin is a hormone of torpor. It has nothing to do with happiness. Dopamine is the hormone of happiness. That's why people go jump out of airplanes for excitement. And if you understand anything about the human biology, this stuff is really fucking obvious, and you don't need to do experiments on animals to understand these things. You can even just experiment on yourself to fucking uncover a lot of these things. So anyway, yeah. So yeah. Okay, that rant is over. Where did I leave off? Jarvis, you just popped in to watch the replay. Question: does thyroid have anything to do with insomnia? Yeah, kind of. Taking thyroid helped me sleep, but if you take too much thyroid, especially before you go to bed, like if you take thyroid hormone always stimulates metabolic activity. So if you take a dose, if you're on the medication and you take it before bed, it will promote an increased rate of consumption of your glycogen stores and other circulating nutrients. And so you might wake up earlier or during the night when your glucose levels are depleted. So it can have liabilities like that. But if you restore your own normal thyroid function, it is cyclically regulated by the circadian rhythm and those things. So a good healthy thyroid function can help fix sleep. Although most sleep problems are not directly caused by thyroid dysfunction. Most sleep issues are caused by dysfunction of the GABA system and gut dysbiosis. For instance, GABA is the primary mediator of restful sleep, not melatonin. Again, another thing scientists completely fucked up on. Melatonin is a hormone of torpor. It promotes hibernation and reduction in cellular activity, and it is not a fucking antioxidant. It stops oxidation pathways. That's why it stops oxidation reactions, is because it's an metabolic function. That's its job. During the winter time, when the sun falls and traditionally there is not a great bioavailability of nutrients in the environment, we express more melatonin to lower the metabolic rate. Like, that's what it does. That's why it saves tissues from oxidative injury, because it actually stops oxidation pathways from happening in the first place. It is not itself directly a reactive oxygen scavenging molecule. I mean, it might be, but that's not its primary function. True restful sleep is mediated by GABA, which is why people get addicted to benzodiazepines. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's so much evidence as to how the human body works that me, a mere high school graduate, could figure out all of these fucking diseases just by reading, even all the studies that are in existence, because of Ray Peat's catalyzing of my work, was able to understand, like, I just started pulling on one thread, and it continued like a sweater. You pull on one thread and it connected. The reason that medicine and science can't figure these things out is because they're not even pulling those threads. They're looking at they're looking at sunglasses instead of a sweater. Is that a good allegory? That was really dumb, but you know what I mean. They're not even looking in the right place. So anyway, so GABA is the primary facilitator of the restful state and inducer of sleep. That's also why, like very often, even when you have insomnia, usually you can fall asleep in the daytime and take a nap, because GABA also rises during the daytime, but melatonin does not because of the exposure to light. And again, another clue into the resolution of insomnia. Is promoting GABA function, not melatonin. In fact, if you take and supplement melatonin, that can actually usually exacerbate insomnia. Okay, so and thyroid does help with that kind of stuff a little bit, but GABA is in turn made from glutamine, and I don't talk about glutamine very much. I'm going to have more in my book update actually, because these were certain pathways. Like I talk about this and it's in my book, but it's not clear or obvious because I didn't even realize a lot of this until more recently through a lot of my recent research. But glutamine, GABA is made from glutamine. And glutamine is in turn made from, you can get it from the diet for like glutamic acid, but mostly it's made from the branched chain amino acids, arginine, ammonia, and biotin. If you're eating enough protein, which most people usually are, and a lot of people don't realize too that plant foods like nuts and grains have protein in them. You don't have to eat like meat for protein. That's a complete misconception. If you're eating enough protein, that's very easy to take care of. Protein contains arginine, contains the branched chain amino acids. When the branched chain amino acids are not the crutch in there comes from branched chain amino acids. So branched chain amino acids are kind of difficult for our body to break down. They require enzymes that are biotin based, and when you have a biotin deficiency, and you get excessive circulating branched chain amino acids, that also causes diabetes symptoms. And actually, and like I talk about in my book, that diabetes is caused by Streptomyces bacteria or Candida. Type 1 is caused only by Streptomyces bacteria. Type 2 is caused by both Streptomyces and Candida. And the way in which they do that is they interfere with certain pathways. So a type of Streptomyces produces a toxin that kills the pancreas. And this is, again, another thing, just so fucking stupid. Scientists studying diabetes. Guess how they induce diabetes in a lab model? It's not, as you might guess, by feeding the animals lots of sugar, because sugar doesn't cause diabetes. But everybody will tell you that it does, but that's not how it fucking works. You cannot induce diabetes in the lab by feeding sugar. The way that you induce diabetes in a laboratory setting is by giving animals streptozotocin, which is a toxin made by a certain species of Streptomyces bacteria. And that is the cause of diabetes. And scientists are using that to study diabetes, but then they tell you that it's sugar. And it's not sugar, it's fucking streptozotocin. Oh my God. And also streptavidin. I talk about streptavidin a lot in my book. And streptavidin blocks biotin, and biotin is required for branched chain amino acid catabolism. And when you cannot catabolize branched chain amino acids, you get high circulating branched chain amino acids, and then you can't produce glutamine, which is a major energy source in our body. Glutamine is the most consumed and most abundant amino acid in our body. And it's a primary metabolic substrate for cells. It directly feeds into the citric acid cycle, which is how our body makes energy. And so if you get Streptomyces bacteria in your gut and they bind to biotin, block biotin. This can also happen though from daily, and this probably probably is relevant actually for how this occurs in the first place. Egg whites are very high in avidin, which binds to biotin. Actually, avidin was discovered first. And streptavidin is called streptavidin because it comes from Streptomyces. And the reason avidin binds to biotin is because the egg yolk is very high in biotin. And the white contains avidin, as an antibiotic defense against infection in an egg to protect the egg from bacteria that would use the biotin to then colonize the egg. And but so if you eat eggs every single day, you can actually give yourself a biotin deficiency because of the presence of the avidin. I love eggs. I don't cut them out of my diet at all. In fact, I made an amazing, huge, enormous frittata the other day. But you should never, 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 never eat only egg whites. Ever, 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 ever. Just eating egg whites is actually very toxic to human beings. It's actually so toxic that there are studies that talk about egg white toxicity. And so eating egg whites is awful. And guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what the fucking what? The country, guess what? Like, all of you listening, tell me, which country do you think has the highest rate of diabetes in the world without looking it up? I know some of you are going to look it up, but like, tell me what countries you think are the highest, have the highest rate of diabetes. You might, there's a delay, so I'm not going to wait. But you guys, you might say like America, right? Because we've got a lot of diabetes. Strangely enough, the country in the world with the highest rate of diabetes is Pakistan. Weird, right? Why would Pakistan have the highest rate of diabetes? They're not an especially industrialized country. They probably don't have high rates of sugar consumption the way that Americans do, right? But because that's what we're told that causes diabetes. Guess what Pakistanis have? They have a dish or something, a product thing that they all basically consume that is only egg whites. You can't make this stuff up. I don't know why I'm the only one that knows this. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then egg whites bind to biotin, and then you can't metabolize the branched chain amino acids. And there are studies that show that when you have high circulating branched chain amino acids, it creates diabetes. I'm in quotes. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see. They do. It causes diabetic-like symptoms. No, it causes diabetes because this is how diabetes is caused. It's caused by, like, Streptomyces bacteria or egg whites, like blocking of B vitamins. Like, that's how this stuff is caused. It's just so obvious. I don't understand why this just isn't, why I'm the one that's doing this. But anyway, what was the question? Who asked the question that started this rant? I don't know. There wasn't a question. Yeah. Oh, Boar Wild Game. Mike, you asked a question about shill out. I don't know. I've not used that. That's your answer. But anyway. Care, because you asked. Somebody asked a question on insomnia. Where was that? I don't see that question anymore. I can't remember who asked that. Okay, my eyes are going cross-eyed because I've been doing this for 4 hours. I was talking about insomnia. One of you asked a question about insomnia, and I was explaining about GABA and then glutamine, and yeah, and so okay, so insomnia has this major cascade from gut dysbiosis to glutamine deficiency, to GABA deficiency, to insomnia. But there are also other nutrients like calcium promotes, because, okay, so like, one of you asked, yeah, did you ask? Oh, Jarvis, there it is. I found it finally. You asked if thyroid had anything to do with insomnia. So probably yes, because calcium, like one of the first strategies I always tell everybody to try when they have insomnia is to get a source of calcium. Preferably also to not from milk, although actually I have a great milk tonic in my book for calcium. But one of the reasons that also works because it includes sugar, and then milk also has phosphorus. And it actually promotes an increase in metabolic rate, as well as niacin synthesis. But also because dietary tryptophan. I am talking about too much. I need to end the stream soon. But dietary tryptophan can be metabolized into serotonin or niacin. And if you have a high metabolic rate in certain nutrient factors with it, then that tryptophan will be made into NAD, which helps your body make more energy anyway, and because NAD participates directly in the respiration pathway, and the transport of energy through your body. And so that can be something that's kind of related to thyroid, probably the calcium function. But yeah, but a lot of insomnia is caused through gut dysbiosis, separate from thyroid because of its interference with B vitamins, which is why like I often recommend that people supplement brewer's yeast before bedtime, or things like that, um, in order to increase those pathways activity and increase your GABA function. So, and there's a whole chapter on GABA, and the update that I'm working on now has I've overhauled parts of the GABA chapter as well with more information like what I've been talking about, and it's more effective. So yeah. Okay. Mike, you used to be very productive late at night. Was this stress hormones or something else? Yes, stress hormones. When you can't sleep, it's usually because of high stress hormones that compensate for things like I was just talking about, like a deficiency in glutamine and GABA. And so then stress hormones are very motivating. They make it impossible for you to sit still, let alone lay in bed and try to sleep. That's why you toss and turn, because stress hormones make us try to do something, like go out and forage and go out and get food and do something. And so then, yeah, people will find themselves compelled to clean or do work late at night when they can't sleep. And it's because your high stress hormones, because of light deficiency, carbohydrate deficiency, protein deficiency, B vitamin deficiency, gut dysbiosis, sunlight deficiency. I think I said that already. And so, yeah, all those are involved there. York, what would I do to resolve stabbing pain in the left side of the... Oh, yeah, we've talked about that already. It's probably kidney stone and citric acid. Thyroid used to be prescribed for high cholesterol. Yes, because that makes your body use the cholesterol. You found sorghum pasta... You can feel effective with chest. Oh yeah. Sorghum. So I think the pathway sorghum has some like anti-aromatization inhibitors in it. But sorghum also promotes like really good gut microbiome. It's one of the only ones that I think it's I can't remember the microbe's name. There's one. Not many microbes produce all of the B vitamins, but there's one species or genus, not species. There's one genus of or family of microbes that that produce almost all of the B vitamins, and they love sorghum. So that's one of the ways that sorghum actually promotes like testosterone and good health. Isn't death technically the release of potassium from cells? Well, I don't know. It's a loss of like ATP mostly. Like there's experiments that show that if you inject cells with ATP after they're dead, they get soft and come alive again. So like potassium participates in ATP production. So I don't think it's any one thing. It's the whole cascade probably. And no, I did not look into shit it out. We talked about wild boar. Kara, is there a health issue you have come across in people which has proven difficult to fix? Oral infection. It causes a lot of issues, and in the past, I would try to fix it in people, and it wouldn't really usually work, and I would tell them to go get it treated with antibiotics, because you can get an injection. You cannot cure it with orally administered by antibiotics. The bacteria live inside of your tissues, and it has to be the kinds of antibiotics that get injected. I mentioned it in my book. I cannot remember the name of it right now. Ciprofloxacin, or that's not it, but it's something like that. But some people wouldn't do that though, and so they would like just not, because people are afraid of needles and doctors, for good reason. But that is a way to do it. But my work is getting close to being able to cure oral disease outright, though. I've been able to regrow all my gums back, but I know I still have the bacteria in there, so I'm trying to figure it out better. So, cut and grooves on your tongue. Yeah. That's very common. Try to find a reason why. Do you have a full-on geographic tongue or just cuts? So interestingly, Kara, there's a protein called oh, I almost had it. It was on the edge of my tongue. Let me look this up real quick so I can tell you what it is, because it's very interesting. cadherins. Cadherin proteins are what hold our cells together, and they're dependent on calcium. There's a uh, calcium in them, cadherin proteins. And when you have oral opportunistic microbes like Candida and H. pylori, they steal calcium from our tissues, and in part they steal those calcium ions out of the cadherin proteins, and then that prevents the cadherin proteins from adhering, and then you get cuts, you get splits in your tongue. A lot of my recent work on tannin, which is not in my book, has solved mine. I would get like one single split in the center of my tongue, and using tannin, I think it's in turn just general immune dysfunction because of being colonized by those bacteria, but they can be very difficult to get rid of. But tannin, one of the applications of my new knowledge on tannin talks about how it actually promotes a lot of immune function and promotes the uptake of a lot of nutrients. So like tannins, and you might hear people too in these communities who say that tannins are an anti-nutrient. And people it used to be widely believed that tannins were an anti-nutrient, but that's not actually true. Tannins do bind to nutrients, but they don't prevent their uptake in humans mostly. There are some that are really, really like strong that will, but mostly tannins in our diet actually promote uptake of nutrients because they actually block acquisition by opportunistic microbes. So I recommend tannin consumption in a lot of the new update, which you can get from, there's lots of foods that you can get them from seeded grapes with seeds in them, grape seed extract, just normal grapes, not dark grape skins, but grapes in general have tannin. They're fruit. A lot of any fruit that has tannin is very tart. So any food that tastes very tart will be very high in tannin. For instance, even if you bit into like a raw persimmon, it has so much tannin in it that it makes your mouth pucker up and dry up completely for a few minutes. It's really funny. That's tannin actually that's doing that, and so any source, and one of the major sources of tannin are nuts in the skins, and it's one of my more recent discoveries is how the absence of dietary tannin because of the reduced consumption of nuts especially, or the refining of those foods, causes disease because we're not consuming tannin the way that we would be exposed to it in the wild. One of the health benefits of tea and wine and dark chocolate and other foods like that are because of their tannin content. But if you're only getting your tannins from tea and wine, you're at a loss. It's not really going to do you a lot of good. They're most beneficial when you take it along with food, which is why a lot of people do that with wine and tea. And that's actually one of the health benefits. You see a lot of, there is no tannin though in white wine. So you see a lot of medical studies that show that red wine, like having a glass of red wine, like once a day is like good for your health. Well, the reason that that's good for your health is not because of the alcohol or anything. It's because of the tannin content in the red wine blocking pathogenic access to the nutrients in your food. I think that has a lot to do with why the cracks in your tongue form indirectly. It's not a direct reason. I mean, I know why it forms, but a solution to it directly is to promote the immune system, which requires nutrients that are otherwise blocked by the production of hydrogen sulfide, which tannin helps to block itself. So you could do that, and that would probably help with that. So hi Mercy. Okay, this is gonna be the last question. My voice is almost done. This has been a really long stream again, but hey, thank you guys all for hanging out. Mercy, cause of stones in the back of the throat. I don't know of that phenomenon. What are you I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I don't know that stones do form there. Do you mean tonsil? Are there tonsil stones? It's probably a calcification problem. Mercy, if you weren't here, if you maybe just joined, I spent a lot of the stream earlier talking about vitamin D, citric acid, and calcification of soft tissues. Yeah. Okay. I've never had tonsil problems, and I don't know anybody, and I've never coached anybody with them. So I don't even know what tonsil stones are made of. But a lot of stones are a calcification issue. Which and Mercy, earlier in the stream I was talking about calcium, calcification of soft tissues, citric acid, vitamin D, and how that works. And so that would probably have a lot to do with that. That would also probably be an immune dysfunction problem too, because the odor would be bacteria. So I would, if you have my, one of my later book updates, go to the chapter on immune system. So what chapter talks about calcification and vitamin D? I don't remember, but yeah, listen to earlier in the stream when I talked about that stuff and do that, and then also the information on the immune system in my book for that. And if it doesn't help, come back to me on another stream and let's talk about it, and I'll look that up because that would be a good thing to know about. Hey everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. This was a really long stream. I really appreciate your support. If you are not subscribed to my channel, you can do so by hitting the subscribe button. You'll get notified of future streams. Liking my videos and commenting on them also helps me to get exposure through the YouTube algorithm. And also, if you want more direct notifications of streaming, you can follow my Instagram and not my Instagram. I don't really post notifications there. I do sometimes. I did today. Twitter. The links are below this video as well. Links to my yeah. Thanks, Jamal. I'm glad you came by. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. There are links all below this video for books, my website, everything else that you could have. Share this information with your friends and family. Anybody that might find it interesting. Yeah, and I hope you guys have a really good weekend. Have fun. Take care of yourselves. Do the trauma therapy. Be kind to your needs. Don't engage in self-destructive control behaviors. Like I said, you can't really be conscious of them. You have to do trauma resolution, but you can do that. The instructions are in there. They're right at your fingertips. Yeah. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you so much, and I will see you next stream.